The following is a presentation of the iRacing Esports Network. The following is a presentation of the iRacing.
Half a pace lap then to get ourselves underway. 4 hours here at Autodromo Nazionale Monza. 3 classes here in Sports Car Open. Thrustmaster Movano have the pole in your LMP1 category. Course Sim Racing have the lead in your LMP2. And your GTE, it is Course Sim Racing as well, who have the advantage. It's going to be an interesting race then. We're going to see Tommaso Carla at the front of the field, Patrick Wolff, Jeremy Booteloop. Your top 3, it's Movano, Pure Coanda, and then Movano of Marcus Hamilton in 4th position at the front of your field. iRacing Roof First Safety Car will look to come down in here on the iRacing Esports Network. It's Jake Sperry and David Haynes bringing you all the action then for the 4 hours that we've got. In comes the pace car, and it's a wait for Tommaso Carla, looking to try and get a good jump. And let's get ourselves then underway. 4 hours worth of racing starts now as they charge towards the Variante di Rettifiglio. Turn numbers 1 and 2 already weaving then for 4th and 5th position as the Simcube Inex car tries to get around Marcus Hamilton. On the brakes they go, almost contact there with Jeremy Booteloop. They survive for the moment though, Dave.
Yep, exactly. Round 1 was a horror for Thrustmaster Movano Racing in P1, so Tommaso Carla has gotten them off to a much better start in round 2. Let's look back though at the prototype 2s. They are underway with Santeri Kalunki leading Course Sim Racing PC into turns 1 and 2. He holds onto the lead, looking relatively clean back there. Prototype 2s are away, Jake.
They are away as well. You've also got to look at the GTE category, always very fiercely fought, and we've got a wreck already out on track. We'll keep an eye on that one, but GTE starting to make their charges as they all look for lines like some Max Venig in the 71 Pure Racing Team GT trying to go to the outside, and it can't work out. In the 94 we are hearing is having a moment as one car goes straight on at the Variante di Rettifiglio. So pretty good start, but I did check and see Marcus Hamilton have a slowdown penalty after turn number 1. David, we have had an incident though.
Yeah, is that the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Blue for GTE we're talking about? Because that one is looking very, very second-hand.
It is looking very second-hand, and that is not good at all, but already 1 lap scored in the books then here at Monza as well. Patrick Wolff now chasing down Tommaso Carla then for your race lead as things stand. And what we know from this Sports Car Open Series is the traffic comes very early, and when it comes very early, I think a lot of drivers have a lot of cause for concern, especially around a track like this. Very stop-start, so it's very easy, David, to get past vehicles very quickly. But when you get to these slow chicane sections, and there's a lot of them here at this track, it's going to be a nightmare trying to get around.
Yep, exactly. These prototype ones fly around catching all of the traffic, and with 54 cars out on track, very soon, no matter where you look, there will be cars of all of our different 3 classes. So it's going to need to be heads up driving from faster and slower class cars, and those P2s find themselves sort of in the middle of that. Everyone's going to have to be very, very aware of what's going on around them.
Oh, they have to be incredibly aware of the driving. Battle for your race leading GTE though. Maximilian Venig happy to sit behind Marius Golombek of the Course Sim Racing GTE car. Of course, new signing this year coming from Torrent Motorsports, which has effectively dropped out of the wayside. Big lunge behind for 4th as It wasn't Niels Koch, actually it was Niels Koch trying to make the move then on Thomas Gibson. Of course, there's been a change as well, so Team GT96, the former drivers that come from SRT Esports, they are having themselves a good run at the moment. David, I believe I've got to take it to you because I've got to do a hard reset.
Okay, so then we'll have a look at the Prototype 2 field because we haven't spoken a whole lot about them. Santeri Kanuki with a rather good lead over Ava Vivatic number 39, who I believe were our winners in the first round. Yep, so they are the championship points leaders in the PC Prototype 2 class, currently running second place, and then third behind them we've got Will Tregurtha for Thrustmaster Movano Racing SCO number 43. I think the closest racing though is still in those GT cars. I tell you what, around a fast track like this, the draft is so powerful in those kind of GT cars because they've not got as much power as some of the other classes, so they really top out at sort of 250, 260, maybe 270 kilometers an hour, and from there the draft insanely powerful. So Marius Golombek, Core Sim Racing GTE 2, not pulling any lead whatsoever, and in fact coming down the main straight will be under threat from Maximilian Weinig, who decides to just stay put for the time being. Maybe a clever move, saving some fuel there potentially, because with a 4-hour race you can save a bit of fuel in the first stint, save a bit of fuel in the second stint. You come towards the end, you might be able to either eliminate a stop, and someone's around back there. That is one of the Radicals cars, I believe. So they are facing the wrong way and not able to get that thing going until the whole pack comes through. That is horrible for that car. I'm going to try and take a look. Wyatt Gooden behind the wheel of Radicals Online Turn Racing, and right as the Prototype ones come to catch the GTE field, he's come around and lost a lot of time. Had a really difficult time getting that thing back on the track, as well as the thick traffic we talked about earlier just streams past on the racing line. No room for Wyatt Gooden to get that thing back on the track until the traffic had passed. So hectic up and down the field in all of our categories. But for Prototype 1, it looks like Pure Racing Team's Patrick Wolf may have snatched the lead from Tommaso Cala. That PRT car didn't have a perfect round 1, but they're trying to make up for it in round 2 and scything through that GT traffic in a straight line as he makes great use of the hybrid drivetrain in these Prototype 1 cars. Lots of boost off the corners for a very fast straight line speed. And it's now a 2-second lead for Patrick Wolf in that Prototype field. Maybe just as they came through the traffic, it fell in his favor because those GT cars are still all in a line. So if you can get past them cleanly, if they come up where suits you, that can have a huge effect on your lap time. And maybe I'll get a check on how Jake Sperry is doing.
Keep going, man. Keep going. You're doing a great job.
All right, hopefully we'll have Jake back soon, but the action does not stop out on track. So in GT class, it's now 4, maybe 7 cars all stuck together. Core Sim Racing's Marius Golombek still leads, Max Weinig still leads, Arthur Lehoek for Thrustmaster TX3. Behind them in that GT96, Thomas Gibson, then Mills for Williams Esports, was trying to make some moves earlier, but he's probably had to fall back in line. And then behind them, Vendaval Sim Racing Blue and Maddie Cardasoja. So as P1 spreads out, P2 has a battle for the lead. our points leader, as I said earlier, Ava Vivatic, number 39, now closing in a little bit on Core Sim Racing PC. Those two have broken off a little bit from the two-car battle behind them. Will Tregurtha with Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing and Tyler Hervias with Team Bushfink Racing Yellow. So 1 and 2 together, 3 and 4 together, and then behind that looks like 5, 6 and 7 still together. Yep, indeed. So Jason Garrard for SRN Motorsports is leading. Andreas Lakeman for No Name, who are relatively popular on Twitch right now, but stay with our coverage here. And Ilka Katiel, I shouldn't start names before I read them off the thing, but Inertia Sim Racing, they're holding on to 7th, looking at a top 5 because they are not falling away. So good battles there in P2, which is a class that maybe isn't as strong as P1 or as the GTE field, but produces some really good racing in those prototype machines. They're quick enough, but they don't have any of those complex hybrid drivetrains or any of those things. So a real driver's car, and one that I enjoy driving, though definitely not at a level that we're seeing here in Sports Car Open for round 2 at Autodromo Nazionale Monza. Alright, looking back up at the prototype ones. Alright, looking at 4th place, because that's one of our closer battles here in the hybrid prototype. So Jack Sedgwick in Simicube Inex Racing, that we previously described as a livery that looks rather serious, sort of white, black and red, and at the back rather colourful, describing that as the mullet car, business up front, party in the back. So Jack Sedgwick behind the wheel of Simicube Inex Racing, and Team Bushfink Racing's Tom Wecklemore is not letting him quite get away, although Jack Sedgwick has just a little bit of a gap now. Behind for 6th place, it's looking rather close as Thierry Renson for Ava Vivatic's Prototype 1 entry tries to keep away from Kazuki Umeshima for Radicals Online JRT, then Race for Cat Endurance, then another Thrustmaster Movano racing car, Marcus Hamilton, who's down 5 places from where he started. So back in... my director will say that car number again because someone is in the pits. A 24 car. So Team Camara, Josh Chin behind the wheel there. I'm not sure that was necessarily scheduled service for them. So maybe an interesting race start there for Team Camara, but they're coming back out. Car looks moderately okay. So maybe a strategy to take the short stop early, or maybe damage. I don't quite know. But nonetheless, back out on track, and that's positive. That's good to hear. But quite down the running order there in our fastest category. But still, with almost 3 hours 50 minutes to go, lots of things could happen. Two laps, 11 seconds off the pace for Team Chimera. So obviously something meant that they had to come into the pits, try and get that fixed, whether it was on the car, whether it was on the driver's side of things. At least I'm happy to see that they are back out. And a drive-through penalty for number 97, causing a collision. So that's the first penalty I've seen. And Team 97 in our GT field picking up a drive-through penalty very early in the race. And a change of position in Prototype 2 because Ava Vivatic's Pascal Stix has gotten past Santeri Kalunki in that Core Sim Racing PC. So points leader back up into the lead. That's a team that's looking like they've got that HPD ARX car sorted out. Like, they know how to drive that thing. And obviously, they're a team to watch in that class in this series right now. That's looking like a very, very strong start to this season for them as they run just a little bit wide out of the second Lesmo, but carrying the speed out of that corner, absolutely critical coming down the straight towards the Ascari chicane, a rather difficult one. Let's see how much curb Pascal Sticks takes. On the entry, he steers clear of the sausage curb, and then through the last bit, steering clear of it as well. Very good driving. I think the GT cars can be set up to ride a little bit more of the curbing, ride a little bit more of the anti-cut curbing, then maybe the P2 cars are a little bit more upset by it. And ooh, a little tap there on the back of the GT car. That was Lewis Goodway in Team Bushfink Racing Pink. Doesn't look like any damage to either of them, but it just shows how difficult it can be for the P2 class cars to pass the traffic, because the P2 cars have an advantage through the corners over the GTEs, but they haven't got as much of a straight line speed advantage as the P1 cars have. So they have to be a little bit more brave, a little bit more rude to try and get past the traffic. And as it's currently just me in the commentary booth, I'll take a little break to catch my breath, because most of the cars of our 54 starters still running out there. Lots going on, lots of traffic, and the P2 class cars making their way through the GTEs. So on board with that course sim racing car, the number 44, our pole, sorry, they were not our pole sitter, but they gained the lead, led some laps, and are now back into second place. A rather interesting perspective is these P2 class cars, as they try to put laps on the GTE cars, but the prototype ones also catch them very quickly in a straight line. So we'll talk you through this one as Santeri Kalunki gets past Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 63 in the GTEs. Is now looking at Cedric Bolin in Simitok Esports. Gets past very easily on the straight there, pulls back onto the racing line, looking for his braking marker about 150 meters. That's what I expect. Rides plenty of the first curb, stays off the second curb through the first chicane. And now he's got a little bit of a break, but 3 GTEs all together for him as he approaches the second chicane. So we've got Course Sim Racing GTE, Zenith Thrustmaster, and Camille Franchak of Triton Racing leads this little train. Triton Racing looked very quick in the first round of this series, but the race just didn't quite go their way. Some mistakes, some spins, a little bit of contact. So I'm sure they'll be looking for a better result here. Through the second Lesmo they go. A difficult corner to pass, because if you compromise your entry, it compromises your run down the next straight a lot more than if your entry is compromised into some of the slower chicanes. So, a problem for Tommaso Carla and the Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 3. There is a lot of damage on that car. I'm going to go back and have a quick look what happened to that, and I'm sure we'll get a replay on screen. So, coming out of the second Lesmo, a P2 car weaving in front of them. Have a quick look at who that was. Jason Garrard for SRN Motorsports. I'm not sure what's going on then, but he's gone to the right of track just as Tommaso Carla's tried to come through. And again, a horror race for Thrustmaster Movano Racing in P1. A lot of damage on that car, and I'm sure they are not happy. Going very, very slowly, trying to make their way back to the pit lane. Thankfully, these P1 cars are a very modular built car. The pit crew can repair a lot, but in a 4-hour race like this, that is not, I repeat, not how you want to start this. So they're coming down onto the pit lane now. I'm not fully aware of what was going on for that number 47 car, but some very erratic driving, I think, for whatever reason, and that has caught Tommaso Carla. It has caught Tommaso Carla off. We're now going to get a replay.
We certainly are, and well, it seems that for Tommaso Carla and what he's done, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. It's
Welcome back, Jake.
Forever. Thank you very much, but Tommaso Carla, big issues for the number 3 Thrustmaster Ravana SCO car. Out of pit road will come Jason Gerard of SRN Motorsports. They had a great run last time out at Spa-Francorchamps, but it's just all gone a little horribly wrong here today, which has meant that now there's a big gap for Pure Racing Team, a good 6 seconds then at the front of the field as traffic becomes once again a very big factor in your LMP1 category. Your top 8 then, as things stands, Pure Racing Team leads Coanda Sim Sport by 5.8 seconds. Inex are in 3rd, Simcube Inex that is, with Team Bushwick Racing Blue in 4th. It's Ava Vavatic 5th. Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing 2nd car in 6th position. They had a slowdown penalty on the opening lap. Radicals Online JRT have just dropped to 8th position because Raceful Cat are now in 7th. And actually there's a battle going on because Kazuki Mishima was under pressure from the Team 5 car of Lucas Jestat. And that's an interesting team because Team 5 are pretty much in the running to change their name to Phoenix Racing Esports.
Yeah, I know, Jake, you're one of those people who are always on top of, you know, team changes, driver changes, and it's a rather fascinating aspect of sim racing, as you know, a lot of even some real-world organizations try to buy into this level of sim racing. So, what are you expecting from them, Jake?
I'm expecting, hopefully, a better push forward from them. MSP were always on the fringes, so if they can just find that little bit more pace, I think that Phoenix Racing Esport can really become that nice and good player in this one. We've got Secret Hyperdrives down on pit road, and they are pretty much out of this event, along with the World of Sim Racing team, who have just come down on the lane, and they've had their own issue. That's not good for either of them. 2 Spanish-based teams running themselves into a little bit of trouble, and that's the last thing that they would probably be hoping for in this situation. And of course, this track really is unforgiving. You've got those big sausage curbs around most of the corners here, David, so it means that you have to pretty much thread a needle through most of the track.
Yeah, exactly. I was saying that some of the GT cars can take a little bit more of the curb if they're set up to get away with it. But we were looking at some of the looking at some of the P2 cars, and they were staying well away from those sausage anti-cut curbs. And Jake, I want to point out, this has not been a good race start for Thrustmaster Movano, as they're leading Prototype 1 out, and now a drive-through penalty for their number 63 GT car, causing a collision at the race start.
Well, Luke van Schaik will not be a happy Dutchman in that vehicle, and he will know better than anybody that penalty here really does hurt, but it is something that you can get away with here, or not necessarily get away with, David, but it's a little bit easier around this track. Yes, it's a slow pit road, but you have to remember these vehicles are using a lot of fuel here. They do have to come down onto the lane more often. It's a big fuel save to come down onto that lane and serve that drive-through penalty. You may even get an extra half a lap out of it.
Yep, you're exactly right, because the percentage time of full throttle around a track here like Monza, much higher than some other circuits. So for a 1 hour stint, you'll burn more fuel, so your stints become a little bit shorter than we might have seen at Spa, and that we're going to see at other tracks later in the season.
Yeah, very true. Just want to focus though on LMP2 for the moment. Pascal Sticks holding himself a good 3-ish second advantage over that Core Sim Racing PC car. Thrustmaster Movano currently 3rd in that category, Bushwick 4th, and the no-name team of Andreas Lakem in position number 5 for the moment. It's all spread out a little bit in your LMP2 category until you get to about 6th and 7th position. This is the Team Huisenveld car of Ronnie Fantini having his own little scrap. and he is up against the IMSIM Sailors at the moment of Gabriel Pereira. And, well, the Portuguese-based team of IMSIM Sailors, they know they've got to get past a very good and astute German team, a German team that won VLN a good year ago now at this stage. But Ronnie Fantini at the moment just holding stations to head to the Variante della Roggia here, David. And, well, it's a case of early stages. Just pick your battles wisely.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we haven't even hit 30 minutes. We've had lots of teams have some problems, some penalties dished out, and some damage out there. So we'll look rather soon and see some unexpected names higher up the running order, because if you just manage to avoid staying out of trouble, you're off to a good race start right now.
Yeah, and when you're off to that really good race start, you understand that it's only up from there, and you just try and keep on pushing a little bit harder, a little bit further. You try and just make sure that everything works in your favour. I do have to say, though, that Movano 43 machine does have Wiltshire Gertler behind the wheel. Of course, a driver who has a lot of good real-world racing experience under his belt, was at the 12 Hours of Bathurst and had a pretty hectic crash, it had to be said, David. But in third position really is proving that the boundary between real world and virtual world really isn't that much at all.
He was in one of the KTM Crossbow GT4s, if I remember. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, but we're going to step aside very briefly here on the iRacing Esports Network, and we'll be back with more after this.
Team racing allows multiple iRacing members to team up and race together, just like in real-world endurance series. Teammates can share driving duties, spot for one another, or be a crew chief. Team racing is free, both to join a team and to create one. Each teammate races on his or her own computer from wherever they want to. Your teammates can be anywhere in the world, and changing drivers mid-race is as easy as a click of a button. iRacing features team endurance events ranging from just a couple of hours to 24 hours in length. So, if you fancy taking part in an iRacing endurance race in the future, you can learn more about team racing on the teams page on the member website.
troubles for Coanda Simsport whilst you were away. A heavy jump over the anti-cut curves at the final part of Ascari. They went skyborne and got themselves just about away from the walls. We're not able to show you a replay of exactly what happened, but Jeremy Bootloop and Coanda are now running into all sorts of trouble, and on cue, Bootloop says the car is too damaged. I have to come down and make a stop here in this event. So for Coanda here, David, it's a lot of troubles, and they were pretty much unchallenged in second position, and just like that, they're gone. And now it is Team Bushfink who find themselves in second with Tom Micklemore.
Yep, exactly. I touched on it earlier that you can carry a lot more speed out of the exit of Ascari if you're willing to play chicken, as it is, with that curb on the inside. And Jeremy Bootloop's just taking a bit too much big air, and again, some of the big names we thought were going to do really well in this series, like Thrustmaster Movano, like VRS Coanda, having some troubles like happened in the first round at Spa. This is still all up in the air, and anyone could win this race.
Anyone certainly could. I've just seen a change of position as Inertia Sim Racing Corsac in your LMP2, Ilka Katalakowski, because I can say that name, David, has just managed to get past a certain Gabriel Pereira's got past, and has made a good position, and Pereira's instantly trying to get to Hoisenveld. So it means that Inertia's dropping back because they've lost 2 positions now very, very quickly, and that's not ideal for them.
No, normally you want to have the higher positions in a race. So unless they're thinking about fuel strategy, thinking about cutting out a stop or something, you know, then they've just not got the pace. And in that mid-pack of our PC Prototype 2 category, it's looking very, very racy and very, very close.
It is looking very close, and there's actually not much difference between the front of your LMP2 category and the rear of your LMP1. So that's just something to keep an eye out on in this event. We've got the likes of Vendaval Sim Racing trying to chase down a massive, massive pack here that's going on. You've got Kazuki Umeshima for Radicals Online JRT. You've got behind that, you've got Cedric Bolland trying to get out of the way of all of this. In the middle of this, Josh Chin's trying to get out of the way. Currently 1 lap down. We've seen the issues that he's had earlier on in this event. He allows the traffic to go through, but Jestat, Keikkonen, and also Umeshima, 3 cars scrapped, then going on for 7th, 8th, and 9th in LMP1. And all of a sudden, Lucas Jestat's finding the wrong end of the stick with the traffic and has dropped himself a good 2.5 seconds here in the opening sector.
Yeah, you were talking about that Team 5, and they were right there, but now it's looking a lot stronger for Radicals Online and Vendaval Sim Racing White.
It is. We've got an SRN drive, well, actually a stop and hold penalty for 30 seconds. That was for causing a collision earlier on with Thrustmaster Movano. So not only do you get yourself involved in an incident, it's double trouble for them as they have to take a 30-second wait in a very, very slow pit road. But just take a look at Kazuki Umeshima. 4 vehicles now to try and get through, being spearheaded by Thibaut Carzabon, and there's contact. And around, I believe that was the Williams eSports car that I think's gone around. It was Niels Koch who gets a big turn. And, well, I know that Javier Guerra will not be too pleased with the fact that that incident has happened with Kazuki Umeshima. Instantly position lost, and look at where Jestat comes into it. He's found Santeri Keikkonen. He's using all of the boost to try and get around at the Rettifilio, unable to make that happen. Let's get a replay though of it, because Radicals there, Umeshima just drove in too deep, David.
Yep, exactly. No real damage looked like to either car, but that GTE was absolutely committed to Parabolica. He's just got a little nudge on the rear, and that sent him around when the car is just so on edge, loaded up, going through the corner there. And that's a real disappointment for Williams Esports, but at least they'll continue, and no one clobbered them while they were sideways on the apex of the corner.
And that was some good heads-up driving from everyone else in the field to filter out to the outside to make that happen. Now look at Maximilian Venig now, trying to dictate the traffic in the 71. This is what Pure Racing Team lower category vehicles do incredibly well, David. They make sure, and I think all the drivers in LMP1 understand, they are not going to move for you, you've got to move around them, and that's what makes them so good as leaders.
Yeah, exactly. There's an art to lapping other class cars, but there's an art to being lapped as well. And you see this a lot from these guys. You know, they'll either hold the racing line and let the other classes go to the inside, or sometimes they'll hold the inside and make the other class go around the outside and just signal when they're ready for the other class cars to come by, and not cause any troubles like we saw between SRN Motorsports and Tommaso Carla from Thrustmaster Movano Racing.
Yes, exactly. At this stage, we are over half an hour into this event, which means that the first pit stops should be coming in very, very soon, and that will be in your LMP2 category because, of course, they have a restricted fuel tank, David.
Do they?
I believe they do. I believe that's why they had so many stops in the last event. I can't confirm it for sure because I've got myself in on a 919, so that's going to be something just to keep an eye out on. The first pit stops should be due coming in fairly soon here in this event, and on cue actually, in comes Core Sim Racing PC to make their first stop of the day. So the pit stop window, I do know what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. It's open.
Yep, fantastic then. And it makes a lot of sense to sort of separate the pit windows between the Prototype 2 class cars and the GTs, because if you had both classes coming down on the lane at about the same time, it'd be carnage, and then it'd be difficult for us to follow as well. It makes a lot of sense to separate them.
It does make a lot of sense from a logistics standpoint, and that's going as we look at P2 GTE at the moment. So we just had a little bit of a look then of trying to see just how difficult this LMP2 pit stop window is. But Arthur LeHoque, the Thrustmaster by TX3, against Team GTE 96 of Thomas Gibson. I did say just before I had my issues that it was SRT Esports moving and joining with Core Sim Racing, a big merger. So Kenny Rooson's team making that switch, and that's been something that we have seen. Some of these smaller teams merging with a bigger team like Core Sim Racing here, David, and that has meant that there has been just this enlarging of certain teams, especially though when GTE teams like a certain Core are having their top drivers poached by teams like the team that's just gone by them, Coanda.
Yep, exactly. And with how much there is to be gained in, you know, practice and setup work and all of these kind of things, if you've got, you know, shared philosophies, shared goals, it does make a lot of sense to cover more series and share your resources like that. So a merger can be a good thing for both teams.
A merger certainly can. We've seen a couple of mergers over the years which have worked, some that maybe haven't as much. On the brakes, left-right chicane of the Variante della Roggia for second and third. I will say I do love the brand new Core Sim Racing livery, their next stage of evolution, and you know, it took a little bit of time of getting used to, but with most liveries it does get better and better. But Thomas Gibson still just playing that waiting game here with Arthur LeHoque, and I feel like Thomas Gibson as a driver really does go under the radar, David. He does have a very quick turn of pace, but it's not one that you would instantly associate with Thomas Gibson's style of driving.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely putting the pressure on Arthur LeHoque right now. And as they battle, Matty Carter-Soja and Vendaval Sim Racing Blue is watching very eagerly. And that Ford GT taking so much of the curb through Ascari. Obviously, it's a car that can get away with it a lot more than the P1s or the P2s can.
Yes, it certainly can take a lot of curb as Gabriel Pereira comes out of pit road alongside Ronnie Fantini. And is that a jump in the stops? It just about is for that in Sim Sailor's car. So they'll be very happy with the fact that they've jumped that. But back to our GTE battle that we've seen. Arthur LeHoque just having 0.3 of a second of an advantage. Now the draft could come into play for Thomas Gibson, but you can see he's moving out of the draft early to try and say, I'm not going to come by and make a move. This is clearly a fuel save for the first round of stops here, David.
Yeah, exactly. With a 4-hour race like this, you've got to start the race knowing what you want your strategy to be. It's not like a 24-hour race where you might just run the longest stints possible and at about halfway, you know, try and do the numbers. 4-hour race like this, you've got to start it knowing, okay, we're going to do 3, 4, or 5 stops. You got to know what you're going to do with your fuel and what you're going to do with your tyres, because I think Ava Vivatic number 39, with a much shorter stop than everyone else in P2, just took fuel.
Yes, I've just seen a car go straight on at the first chicane. That was Team 97 and a Maori Bonduel who's gone straight on. So they were having a little bit of issues with lap traffic as Marcus Hamilton in 4th position zooms on by into the Della Roggia. So at the moment, just keep an eye on this battle that's been going on here, because you've got Tom Micklemore in 2nd, you've got Jack Sedgwick in 3rd, and desperately trying to hang on is Marcus Hamilton, who at one stage a year ago, you couldn't fault Marcus Hamilton as a driver. He was someone who was winning practically every race under the sun when it came to the likes of the Neo Endurance and co. But now he's seemingly finding a bit of a barrier within that Movano team. Tommaso Carlo looks a little bit quicker than him around certain tracks. What does Marcus Hamilton have to do to regain his #1 status within Movano?
I think they just need to have clean races. You know, both Thrustmaster Movano cars running into problems in P1 category last round, and now Tommaso Carla having some problems. Not his fault, though, I wouldn't say, and definitely that's the view of the stewards as well, with a very, very harsh penalty for the car that he made contact with. But, you know, if Marcus Hamilton can just finish this race with no issues, make no mistakes, you know, the pace is obviously still there, as not this lap, but the lap before, he was the fastest car out on track. Pace is there, the results is what needs to follow, and results is your combination of pace and consistency, so you've got to have both.
Yes, as I've just seen the Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport esports car, because that's a big mouthful to say. I've just seen them go straight on. That's Christopher Danbeats, of course. A very nice sponsorship deal from them, David, getting Porsche Basel on board. It does mean they're stuck to one car, though, and that's a Porsche, and that can sometimes be a bit of an issue when you talk about balance of performance changes that iRacing do like to implement.
Yeah, exactly. It's I think it looks like the Fords just carry the curbs a little bit better, but there's nothing wrong with the Porsche GTE, and definitely nothing wrong with the Porsche LMP1. So I reckon perseverance is the kind of thing you can definitely work around, even if you might look at the Ferrari or the Ford and maybe prefer it for certain tracks.
Well, they do have the Radicals Online Turn Racing car just behind Wyatt Gooden. We've seen how he's been a little bit in the wars. He's been one of those drivers for the last few years, which I think has been resting a little bit on his laurels. We haven't seen him racing too much. He does turn up here and there. Still an incredibly good driver, but one that maybe hasn't had as much time maybe to get on the sim and racing as much as possible. Oh, hello down the inside, Santeri Kekkonen. So there you go. You see a very, very quick change of positions now. Jestat will follow very swiftly in suit as Raceforcat comes in. You've got Marcus Hamilton on the lane. Sedgwick's in. Wolf's in. It's pit stop window time then. Pit party for LMP1.
Yep, exactly. One of the few cars staying out there is Team Bushfink Racing and Vendaval Sim Racing White. Just about everyone else has said just over 40 minutes. It's time for some more fuel for my P1 car, and be interesting to see who takes tyres, who doesn't. I think the prevailing sort of wisdom for those cars is 2-stop tyres, maybe 3-stop them, depending on the track conditions. What do you see, Jake?
I see Jack Sedgwick out and away ahead of everybody else. He doesn't take the tyres. He's the only one not to, who comes down onto the lane. Bold call by Simacube Inex Racing then, as Jack Sedgwick will take the net race lead away from Patrick Wolf. And what's telling actually about Patrick Wolf's team, Pure Racing team as well, they won't have Fabrice Cornelis to put into the car, most likely Mark Elkerman.
Yep, exactly. So, as you mentioned, and as I was kind of saying, the tyre strategy will be very interesting for the prototype ones, even if, you know, on fuel or fuel save, there won't be a whole lot going on. Although we do see Team Bushfink Racing trying to stretch that stint out.
We do. So Bushfink trying to go for the longer fuel strategy. 42 minutes they managed before coming down onto the lane. And actually, with a track with such high fuel consumption as this, sometimes you have to say, David, that the pit stop window really does shrink compared to other tracks.
Yeah, it depends on, you know, your fuel consumption per lap and that kind of thing, because around a longer lap, you might have to save, you know, 2, 3, 4% to stretch your stint out another lap. And around a shorter track, you know, to get an extra lap on your stint is not such a crazy ask. We'll see if some of those teams that went longer, like Vendaval and Team Bushfink, can stretch it out. As again, Team Bushfink Racing also taking no tyres. So we saw around 40-second stops for all of the prototype ones that were taking fuel and tyres, and around 25 seconds for the ones that didn't take tyres. So that's a 15-second difference between taking tyres or not. Let's see if someone like Jack Sedgwick for Simicube Inex Racing or Tom Michael Moore for Team Bushfink Racing can hold on to that kind of 15-second advantage over a 40-minute stint.
You have to feel that Bushfink were trying to cover off Inex's strategy there as they made the call to come down onto the lane, take no tyres, get back out and get the race lead back in their hands at the moment. So we've seen two categories now make their pit stops as Ava Vavatic hold the lead in your LMP2 category with Pascal Sticks. No Name are currently in second with Andreas Lakem in the 40 machine. But also you look at how things change. We still haven't seen much change in your GT category. Max Venig having a very astute and accomplished drive. Only a few seconds clear of this three-car train. Kaida Soja in the 62, very clearly on the back now for Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. Still looking to find that sort of form that they had maybe a year ago, where they were pretty much the best endurance team in sim racing pound for pound.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of teams with a lot to prove, and the battle is on for the overall lead in Prototype 1. Tom Michael Moore for Team Bushfink Racing gets held up a little bit through the Parabolica. Jack Sedgwick looks to the inside on the exit of the corner, but maybe just runs out of boost. Since Team Bushfink Racing came out of the pits, they've been caught up each lap by Simicube Inex Racing, and Jack Sedgwick, I think, would really like to take that race lead, and he's looking like he might do it soon.
A lot of seconds, I think you have to say, with that outlap from Team Bushfink Racing Blue. Let's just compare the outlaps then from what the teams were able to do. So Bushfink able to do a 2:21 outlap. Compare that to Jack Sedgwick, that was a 2:20 outlap. So definitely quicker on the outlap was Inex, and that's what's brought them back into it. They run a little bit wide through that left hand of the Variante della Roggia. And of course, no instant limit either, so they are allowed to run out wide and push as much as they can, but the instant limit comes of how many instants per minute, basically, that you manage to accrue as they go 3 wide. No, not there. No, not there. Here comes Inex trying to try and get the move. They have to back out of it because of the Ava Vavatic LMP2 leaders, and my goodness me, that could have ended in disaster.
Yep, exactly, and I'm not sure that Pascal Sticks from Ava Vavatic is entirely happy about that, but for a second there, we see the leaders of our first fastest and second fastest class on screen in the one shot, and I think just where the traffic was and how brave Tom Michael Moore was, that fell a little bit in his favour.
It did fall in his favour, but it has cost them time compared to Patrick Wolf, and Paddy's going to gain a few seconds just by that hold-up alone at this stage. Battle going on as Cedric Bolin looks to try and get past Yannick Ure in the Course Sim Racing GT1. This is in front of your GT leaders. Ooh, Jack Sedgwick, go careful as he completely misses his braking point, and you can see how the vehicle behind Cedric Bolin was quicker on the exit but couldn't do anything with it. Patrick Wolf now within 2 seconds here, and this is very scary time for those who are leading your LMP1 category. They are starting to make mistakes on old tyres.
Yeah, definitely the pressure of the traffic getting to them, and also not having as much grip as Patrick Wolf with that brand new set of tyres. He's reeling these guys in, and that's what we'd expect from him and expect from a car on a new set of tyres. He's looking one, maybe 1.5 seconds a lap quicker right now almost.
And most of that probably down to the traffic, but you can see Sedgwick now has been caught. Kamil Franjak will need to move out of the way. He decides he's not close enough to be lapped then through the triple chicane here at Ascari, and it's about application on the exit then for a certain Mr. Sedgwick, as he does, being hounded down by Patrick Wolf, as likes of Tom Mickelmore now gains a gap around Anti-Turho. They go. This is your GTE battle, as there was a little look down to the inside from Patrick Wolf. Wasn't close enough to make it work. The door was left very wide open by Sedgwick. Boost applied on the exit then. Definitely differences in application. That allows Patrick Wolf the opportunity to go through and take second position.
Yeah, exactly. Now he'll have Team Bushfink Racing in his sights as he tries to chase back down the race lead. He's got quite a few GT cars to get by on the exit of the first chicane, but I think they're exactly how he'd want them. He's going to fly past them all before the second chicane. But now Jack Sedgwick with more boost is coming back. I'm not sure it'd be wise for him to look for a move. He'd probably need to work on his own strategy, just hold position, focus on setting consistent laps. But that's one of the things that is kind of exciting to watch about the Prototype 1s is the differences in deploying the boost. Someone can look slow and then come back.
They certainly can look slow and then come straight back at it. We've still got some good GTE battles out on track. This one, for example, second, third and fourth. We've got Thrustmaster by TX3. We've got Team GTE 96 and Vendaval Sim Racing Blue all together. Behind that, Glacier Racing, Williams Esports, Triton Racing all together. Two little three-car scraps, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh out on the road. And it seems to me like Matti Kaidasoja's got the hurry-up warning. He's within a couple of tenths of a second, but struggling a lot when it comes to that Ascari chicane. And that Ford, compared to the Ferrari, really did not like the curbs.
Yes, indeed. And now a penalty coming through for the number 4 car.
Radicals.
That's Radicals Online JRT Kazuki Umeshima causing a collision. So as stewards, lots of eyes all around the track, making some quick decisions as well, Jake.
They are. Of course, that was the contact with the Williams Esports car, and I think Kazuki will own up to that. Of course, a very, very accomplished Formula 1 driver in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. We say all the time about Montreal and how he will always be remembered for that until, of course, he gets his first race victory. But Umeshima, well, it looks like he'll have to do a small little trip down pit road, which will not be helpful, but it certainly will be what he will have to do in the early goings of this one. I'm just keeping an eye out on the Ava Vivatic gap as well over No Name. It is pretty substantial at this stage, but the battle for second, No Name versus Core Sim Racing, certainly heating up 40 versus 44, and there's not much difference between them, but they've had a lot of traffic on this lap to get through. They've had to get past Yannick Yuru, Cedric Bollen, Jürgen Frank, Ben Tusting as well, so that's 4 GTEs that they've had to pass in just the opening lap alone. Not only that, they've had Team 5 trying to get by them as well.
Yep, and that's one of the things about being in a Prototype 2 is you've got to be looking far up the track for the GT cars that you're going to pass, and also keeping an idea of what's behind you as the P1s try to come past you. It's a difficult one where you've got to manage where your focus is forwards and backwards.
You certainly have to, and some may say that this LMP2 category, of course, running the old HBD ARX, some say that, oh, the category doesn't have as many good drivers in it, but I counteract that, David, and say use it as a breeding ground for the next fresh batch of talent, because not everyone is going to be an LMP1 driver. There's only a limited amount of spaces here in the Sports Car Open. I love the fact that they have only limited spaces. So LMP2 becomes a really strong and contested category for those looking to make a name for themselves.
Exactly, and there's nothing wrong with having a class that is more of a, privateer or pro-am focused category, and that's what a lot of real life series do. So the fact that the field is still strong but just a little bit weaker than the other categories, I don't see as a problem, and I think in fact it really mirrors the real life use of P2 cars.
Certainly does, as on to pit road comes Josh Chin, the king of chins, the iRacing Indianapolis 500 winner looking to try and make a pit
The
stop.
Prime Chinister.
Yes, you could certainly say. And the puns start here at the Sports Car Open. But that's going to be interesting. Got a good battle going on here. That's Team 97 versus Obsidian Racing. This is right down the order. And now trying to get in on the action is Zenith Esports and Rodrigo Lazowski, as Sasha Lamp tries to find a way through, being lapped, or trying to lap them in the Talk Freak Racing Skyline car. Doesn't really have the straight line to go and make anything happen. He gets one, he gets two. He gets two, but now Lisiowski trying to get through. Amari Bonduel gets the chance to run away here, David.
And Amari Bonduel has just received a black flag, though, for ignoring a drive-through penalty. So that's a very interesting one, Jake.
Well,
That's very tough.
It's very tough, and that will pretty much put them dead and last in this field, practically. So that's not going to be helpful. Obsidian under pressure, though. David Kamara. Here comes Lisiowski, and he's going to try and go to the inside to make this move up on Ascari. Late on the brakes he goes, takes the corner away from the Obsidian car, and that is a position well fought and well taken, dear sir.
Indeed, and he used plenty of the curb on the first bit of the chicane. Looks like whatever setup they've got on that Zenith Esports Porsche 911 RSR working pretty well with absorbing those bumps.
Yeah, it is absorbing those bumps very, very nicely. We've seen a change of position in GTE again, though, because Niels Koch has found his way past Camel Franjak, and Glacier have now fallen behind through Anti-Terho as well. So it means that now you have to start thinking, okay, we're in a little bit of a dance here, but we've got to get up to Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. If we can't do that, we're in a little bit of trouble. So Anti-Terho now thinking about how to get past the Polish outfit of Triton. Finland versus Poland. It's not often you get to hear that sort of battle.
Yeah, providing some good racing as well. And these GTE cars, the GT category as they are in this series, only a class yet to pit. I think they typically go, about an hour, so we should be expecting all of these guys to be coming down the pit lane rather soon. Be interesting if Williams Esports can do anything in their first pit stop to try and regain some of that track position that they had until they received a little bump in Parabolica.
I've just noticed that Patrick Wolf has actually fallen back behind the Simicube Inex car, so I'm wondering if they had a moment somewhere out on circuit, because it is probably Parabolica that's happened for it, but I haven't caught an eye on it, David. But Patrick Wolf's now back into third and is stuck behind Jack Sedgwick, using the traffic as a pick, but unable to get it when it comes to Ascari. So this is not fun at all if you are a pure racing team fan.
Yeah, Patrick Wolf typically doing 132, 133 second laps, but he's lap 33, a 1 minute 36.8. I'm not sure exactly why that is, but that is seconds and seconds off the pace. You have to assume he either picked up a slowdown penalty, missed a chicane, or went for a little bit of a spin. Car looks okay, and he's going to get himself back up into second place now. But whatever happened on lap 33 was not what you want to be doing, and now he deploys the hybrid boost just right out of the final corner, and he's clear as they come into the first chicane. So Pure Racing Team Prototype back up into second place. And now, once again, Patrick Wolf's going to have to set his sights on chasing down for the lead, because Team Bushfink Racing still out there.
Not yet. Oh, he had to back out of it in the end. Did Jack Sedgwick didn't have enough of an overspeed to try and make it happen. It's the fantastic change. We see that Simicube Inex do not put their deployment down at turn or towards turn one. They rather do it through Curva Grande towards the Della Roggia, and instantly the pair of them battling have brought themselves back to a second and a half, because Micklemore had a horrendous time with the traffic. 1:35.1, and now will part the Red Seas trying to get through all of the traffic, and it'll be a lot easier for Paddy Wolf, except he will now come stuck at Ascari.
Yeah, 2 GTE cars now separates our prototype leader from second place. And on the exit of Ascari, boom, Patrick Wolf comes through, and now he can see out his windscreen, a rather small windscreen, but he can see out it, and he can see Team Bushfinger Racing's Tom Micklemore, and he can see the lead of prototype class with just about an hour done.
Yes, he certainly can, and well, that's going to be what the focus is all about at this stage. Tom Micklemore, 1:34.3, 33.7 for a certain Mr. Patrick Wolf. A slow lap for Jack Sedgwick in the second half, does a 35.6 and starts dropping back a little bit. Again, more traffic. Sasha Lamp trying to get by, and actually Tom Micklemore is using Jeremy Bootsloop, who is is one lap down, almost two, as basically a way to go through the traffic. Cedric Bollen and Jurgen Frank having their own little scrap. They can't battle because they know that cars like Patrick Wolf will want to go through very, very swiftly. Legends Racing going through as we keep an eye out on what's going on. And I think we've had something. I didn't quite catch my director there, David. We're going to step aside very briefly here. We'll be back with more after this. We do apologise. Battle for P1 is fully on. Bushfink versus Pure. A battle of tyres and strategy, and already you can see now how much overspeed there is for the number 7 coming off of the second Lesmo corner, looking towards Ascari. Not going to be close enough, wants a surefire way to make the move happen on the iRacing Esports Network. This is Sports Car Open 2 here at Monza, and now there's a little bit of traffic. That's going to stop the overtake from happening there. That was the Asher design car of Jürgen Frank that they had to get past Simarc.de Crimson, but Bushfink are in all sorts of trouble. Pick a pocket off the exit, and Patrick Wolf sides away through, makes himself get to the race lead. But look at what Tom Micklemore is going to do. Tuck up in the draft, get back down to the inside, and do exactly what he did one lap ago. This is fantastic racing between them, and Tom Micklemore has got the number of Pure Racing Team's Patrick Wolf. This is sensational battling, David.
Yep, I love it. Coming through the Parabolica, saw a little bit of a wiggle from the Team Bushfink Racing blue car, and that's what we expect of someone who's now about 15 laps into the second stint on their tyres. But he's using the traffic perfectly, using the hybrid deploy perfectly, and making a real headache for Patrick Wolf.
He is making a headache, is Bushfink Racing. They were surprised with where they were in the opening race. You can see how much more pace through the opening Lesmo that Patrick Wolf has. He knows that he is the faster driver. He knows that he needs to get by, but he's just not got anything. He's got to do it somewhere where he doesn't necessarily expect. They will round themselves past the Glacier Racing car of Miko Ruscola as they make their way up to the next left-hander, as they got Marcin Skrzipczak, who has a bit of a moment over the anti-cut curves right in front of your leading pair as they now look to get the exit. Fantastic exit from Patrick Wolf. Just can't get the power down enough to where he wants it. Traffic is just doing enough at this stage, David, to give Micklemore the advantage.
Yeah, using the traffic well and getting a good run, backing Patrick Wolf up through the corners where he can, and then getting a good exit because he doesn't have the tyres for the speed. Whoa, and the GTE sort of balks him a little bit. They go 3 wide down the main straight, and they're going to be side by side coming into the first chicane. I think Patrick Wolf might be able to be late enough on the brakes. Indeed he can, and now he takes that lead. And we should have a look in GTE because while we're away, they've all completed their pit stops now. And I have to say it was Vendaval Sim Racing who went 2 laps longer than almost everyone else, Jake.
Chimera have actually just come out of pit road 2, so Ben Tusting proving that he can do a very, very long stop. Anti-Ahola behind the wheel now for Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, definitely behind the Pure Racing Team GT effort, but crucially enough, finds themselves in about 3rd position and being lapped by the entire train. So that's what they understand in this race. They know that they've got to keep on trucking along, as it were, and getting some good runs. In on pit road, we see the VRS Coanda Simsport 18 without a driver in it. That looks ominous for Coanda. I think that might be the end of Coanda.
They did pick up a lot of damage on that car, and depending on how it was repaired, where they came out, they might say that that's a race done.
It is a race done. We're going to look at the lead at the moment that Patrick Wolf has managed to open up, and look at that. It's 1.4 seconds already on 1 lap alone. That's the difference that fresh tyres is making compared to Tom Micklemore. About a second a lap, and then 4/10 maybe on absolute pace, you could argue. But they have had traffic, but it has been some sensational driving by a certain Mr. Patrick Wolf, and he's showing once again that his class is not just there for show, it is very much permanent, as Ava Vavatic are down on the lane for their second stop. That's Sven Newman behind the wheel, one of the Newman twins, or the Newman brothers, and he will try and get himself out and going again. That is a pretty clean stop.
Yep, looks good. That's an interesting category to keep an eye on. And as you said, shorter stints for them means we're going to see those guys down the lane quite often.
They will. They'll be down very often. Of course, Sven and his brother Arcadius do very well. Look at where Newman comes out, though, with Sasha Lamp of Torque Freak Skyline. That one was for position, and it is held by Ava as they now hold a slender advantage over No Name. So Andreas Lakem probably thinking about, okay, pit stop window soon. Just a little bit stuck behind Max Venig as he heads his way left and trying to get out and going again. But of course, you have to remember there's actually a battle at the moment for the overall lead in LMP2 now, thanks to Ava pitting, because there's Santeri Kalunki for Core Sim Racing PC. It means that Andreas Lakem is not going to have an easy time of things here, David.
Nope, not at all. So close racing in a category where they're quick through the corners, but they haven't got the hybrid boost off. You got to really set up your run through a corner if you're going to make a pass.
And they are on pit road, so they cover off the move of Ava Vavatic, who they themselves are heading through the Ascari chicane. At this point, this should be plain sailing then for Ava to regain the race lead if things remain as they are. It shouldn't be too difficult of a stop, as we do have ourselves not necessarily a pit party as of yet. Well, in fact, we do, because Laken just comes out, Chagurtha comes in, Tyler Hervius is in, and also we got a certain Marco Jaeger for Impulse Racing in on the lane. So out and away comes a certain Mr. Lakem, and there going by was Sven Newman. So behind, but I certainly feel a lot closer than he was there, David.
Yep, have a quick look at the pit stop times. Little bit shorter for No Name, I do think. I'm
hearing 15 I'm seeing 15 seconds, David, for the stop that was being done. So that's a shorter stop. So trying to get back into play, always a very difficult challenge to get back into play in these races, but you have to sort of manage it. If you are going to try and go for track position, you've got to be able to be a challenge as well.
Yeah, and so we remember that Ava Vavatic number 39 were one of the only PC P2 cars that didn't take tyres at the first stop. So now I think everyone else in that category might have woken up to that, or some other people be thinking, actually, yeah, I think we can double stint our tyres. So at that last stop, Ava Vavatic taking tyres and No Name not. So they're now on alternating pit stops where one will take tyres when the other one doesn't, and one will not take tyres when the other one does.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, or on RaceSpotTV right now, the European Majors is starting. Myrtle Beach 400, the season finale for them. Make sure you catch that one out. Will it be Timu Toika or Pete Harrod that will take the title there? But here on Sports Car Open, I want to keep an eye on 4th place in LMP1. This is Marcus Hamilton and Thrustmaster Movano Racing SCO 21. They are only under 2 seconds now behind Simicube Inex Racing, and that's going to be worrying Jack Sedgwick, because Movano all of a sudden find themselves in a race.
Yeah, exactly. So once again, it's Marcus Hamilton with a new set of tyres at the last pit stop. Jack Sedgwick on the double stint, and it looks like Marcus Hamilton just taking some tenths out every lap. And as I think they get deeper into this stint, it'll be hurting Jack Sedgwick more that he has those old tyres. And now there's no traffic between the two, and Marcus Hamilton can look straight out at Jack Sedgwick and he can see the target, and I'm sure that will motivate him to get right up there and try and grab the last podium position.
1:33.1 was only a tenth slower than your race leader Patrick Wolf, so that would also be worrying. Your race leader being only 7.6 seconds off of the lead as things stands for the number 21. And let's not forget that Pure Racing Team scored no points in the opening race of the year, and that was thanks to Fabrice Cornelis having a big moment. We saw that on stream, David, just how much despair was on his face when he had that big incident. Of course, not racing here today. He's got real-world commitments that he has to adhere to, I think is the right word to say. But for the moment at least, it's going to be a little bit worrying for drivers when they've seen incidents happen and they know that they've got to fight hard to get anything back. Look at Hamilton. He has caught right up to the Inex car.
Yeah, that's one of the highest speed chicanes there is Ascari, so that's where the tyre difference really helps out Marcus Hamilton. In the first chicane, in the second chicane, maybe not as big of an issue, but through Ascari, through the Parabolica here, that's where Marcus Hamilton and Thrustmaster Movano Racing have the advantage. The gap is down within a second, and Marcus Hamilton continues to close, and boy oh boy has he saved up a lot of boost. He comes from a long way back and he sails past. He must have been saving up a lot of that hybrid energy and used it, I would say, to perfection.
He sailed further than AWOL Nation was able to do. That was a fantastic little move from Marcus Hamilton, but watch the boost come back for Jack Sedgwick, who will try and apply it here through Curva Grande, but it's way too far back to make anything happen. But Marcus Hamilton, my goodness, he made that look so easy. Next up on the hit list is Tom Mickelmore for second.
Yep, it looks like maybe about 2 or 3 seconds between them, and at the rate that Marcus Hamilton is flying, you'd have to say that's only 1 or 2 laps. But these Prototype 1 cars, to my money, are now within about 10 minutes of taking their next stop. So if I'm Marcus Hamilton, I'd definitely like to get there within the next 5 minutes.
Not only that, took 1.4 seconds out of the race leader, who had a whole slew of traffic to go through, which includes Tyler Hervius, Will Tregurtha, Wyatt Gooden and Nestoras Kioskolu. So all of these are battles on track which they have to navigate, and well, there's a Bushfink car in there which will be helping Mickelmore. Hamilton's got to thread the needle and pick a lane. He picks the outside line. Sedgwick goes inside just behind on Wyatt Gooden, who gets out of the way. This is where you make your money when you're an LMP1 driver, and all of a sudden Sedgwick's back in the picture, but Marcus Hamilton has still done very well to keep that gap pretty similar, I think, to that Team Bushfink car. And in fact, there's a 33.2 that last time by, and even in the traffic gained half a second on Patrick Wolf.
Yep, so absolutely flying. Once again, quickest car out on track, and making the traffic look easy, just how he deploys the hybrid energy, how much straight line speed he's got, which line he chooses to take. Through Parabolica, he made it look very good.
And he might be also on a low downforce package compared to the high downforce packages that maybe some of the other teams are running, because they want the stability in the chicanes. Hamilton, I think, is running for top speed. And I think this is working in Movano's favour, because it means they scythe through the traffic better on the straights, and they catch up using as much of their hybrid deployment energy as possible. And look at this, already onto the rear of that Bushfink blue car, and I'm not sure how long Tom Mickelmore can keep behind Movano.
Yeah, those tyres for Team Bushfink Racing Blue probably starting to feel a little bit second-hand. And you have to say, I'm sure Marcus Hamilton is very, very desperate for as many points as he can get, because he's one of only 2 cars in the Prototype 1 category with no points on the board after round 1. If they're going to try and mount any kind of championship charge, it has to start here, and they have to pick up as many points as they can this round and every remaining round.
And they know that the only way they're going to do that is if they drive their socks off, and they are doing so at this stage. We're going to move away from them just a little bit to a battle ever so slightly up the road, because Kalunki versus Lakem still going on at the moment as things stand. We've got a nice little bit of music that we can hear in the background here. So Andreas Lakem at the moment still under pressure. So cue Andreas Lakem. I believe he has his own entrance music for when he comes on now, David.
By God, is that No Names music? Yeah, and so Santeri Kalunki on the last lap, dropping 1/10 to Andreas Lakeman, but that's nothing. These two are right there, and that Core Sim Racing PC car will be getting the draft down the long high-speed straights we've got here at Monza. Right now they're heading down towards Ascari. Decisive move on the traffic. Andreas Lakeman is going to try and take another one into Ascari, but doesn't quite work out. Now he puts a GTE car between him and Santeri Kalunki. So this is a great battle for second place. Both of these guys on about the same fuel strategy, both of them not taking tyres at the last stop. So this is just all about the quality of the driver that you've got installed behind the wheel. That is what will make the difference in this fight. There's a bit of a wiggle there for Santeri Kolunki trying to get the power down, and our prototype 1 battle comes past, and we've got a great 2 battles on screen at once.
4 battles on screen at once. The GTEs are all going at it as I believe that is Calvazon and Ahola having a nice little scrap as well on the brakes, right-left chicane of the Rettifilio. No changes of position in any of the battles that we have seen. That included Thomas Gibson and Niels Koch in the background of your GTE battles. In GTE, it's pure Thrustmaster by TX3, Vendaval Williams, Team GTE Triton, the top 6 with Glacier and Scimitar Pyrite, 7th and 8th position at the moment. Scythe your way through the traffic and hope you get a good run. Hamilton having a look through the first Lesmo, not a traditional overtaking opportunity, and runs wide on the exit, dirtying, sullying up the tyres as he now looks to pick a run up off of the second Lesmo up towards Ascari. Close, but will probably wait, save a bit of the hybrid deployment to get that run to Parabolica.
Yep, as we've said, that Thrustmaster Movano car very quick in a straight line. He's got the fresher tyres, so that's one of the spots you can generate a lot of energy if you're sort of riding the regenerative braking through a fast corner like that. And he just doesn't look like he boosts too much off the exit of Ascari. Let's see what Marcus Hamilton has got for the exit of Parabolica. He sets it up well. He's right there. And maybe not this lap for Marcus Hamilton, but he'll be looking at where the traffic is going to be, and at some point he will definitely try to set up a move on Team Bushfink Racing Blue for second place.
Not getting much. Not getting much deep. Yeah, not getting much help on the brakes from Sven Newman, the leading LMP2 car in Ava Vivatic. So Sven Newman, well, he knew as much, and look at how much this is costing Marcus Hamilton, because he used all his boost to get up to Tom Mickelmore, but he's got nothing to get past him at the moment, and it's costing him time compared to Pure Racing Team, especially when you got the pit stop window in the next lap, 2 laps, maybe even 3 laps if you're pushing it hard at this stage. So really, this is not a helpful battle for a certain Mr. Hamilton. And right now, he'll be hoping that he can find that move. If not, hand over to someone like maybe Freddie Evers, who is the master of making his way through traffic.
Yep, so a lot on the line for that Thrustmaster Movano team. Like I said, no points in the bag yet this season, but a strong team, very racy looking car. They've got to make sure they don't make any mistakes, and I think Marcus Hamilton wants to get past, wants to get into second place, but is thankfully being sufficiently patient with Tom Mickelmore and sufficiently patient with the slower traffic. He'll get this done eventually, and there's still a bit of racing to go as he uses plenty of the AstroTurf out and paint out there, Jake.
Yes, and that will be called using your road tax to the fullest of your abilities there for Marcus Hamilton. Unable to close down half a second again, the gap between him at the moment. Let's look a little bit further back though, because I think there could be a move for Santeri Kolunki, who actually just doesn't pull back into the line quick enough comparatively to Andreas Laken. Will you lunge late? You will not lunge late and will not be able to make the position. Still got Antti Ahola versus Thibaut Kauzlerbon, who has arguably one of the toughest names in sim racing to pronounce at the moment, for Thrustmaster by TX3. So for Thibaut Kauzlerbon at the moment, he's holding on to second position. I love how TX3 have come out of the woodwork, this French team which has just ignited onto the scene and is now up there challenging with some of the very, very best that iRacing has to offer, David.
Yep, and currently holding on to second place against what is a much more established Vendaval sim racing team. These guys, as they squabble a little bit, neither of them have quite got the pace for Max Wenig and Pure Racing Team, who've sort of scuttled away in the lead, but it's still all to play for second place in the GTs. These two guys not very far ahead of Williams Esports and Team GTE 96, so second down to fifth. could come down to what other driver these guys have got to put in the cars, how they manage their fuel strategy, all those kind of things. It's very exciting and very close still in the GT field.
It is very, very close, and they will know that they cannot afford to lose any time when it comes to traffic lapping them at this stage. Pure Racing Team, though, are in on the lane. Mark Elkerman decides to change drivers at this stage. Inex are also in on the lane. Jack Sedgwick stays behind the wheel. LMP1 stops are in full effect then here at Monza, and a driver change as well means slower pit stop.
Yep, exactly. A pit stop where you do a driver change would also be one where you take tyres. Those two happen at the same time, so it just makes sense.
It does make sense, but I wonder here how long this stop's going to be for Mark Elkerman, who comes out and away, and where will he feed out in comparison? Simitok have dived down onto the lane. Vendavel Sim Racing White have gone through, as has Talk Freak Sunset. Positive Sim Racing Green are on the lane as well, so really nothing to worry about. In a lot of clean air coming out of pit road then for Elkerman, as he will just about get himself a nice little gap and try to find him again, and he's got himself so far forward. He's just gone past Will Jagurtha's Thrustmaster Movano car, so Elkerman definitely out and away. A lot of air to Thomas Gibson and Niels Coast just in front, so certainly he's got himself the clean air. And now the question is, how long do you wait if you're Bushfink and Movano? The answer is, if you're Bushfink, you stay out. If you're Movano, I think you've just done the opposite and you come in.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense being bottled up behind, so Kimi, do the opposite of Hamilton is almost the instruction I'd give.
No, it's Hamilton do the opposite of Micklemore. So in comes Marcus Hamilton as he will get on the lane. Out comes Doriano Risciuti for the Positive Sim Racing Green and their LMP1 effort, which is being spearheaded at the moment by Daniel Benefield. Of course, you know very well, David, from your racing in the VSR Showdown, which was brought by our good friends at SimSpeed TV. So Marcus Hamilton at the moment in on the lane, but let's talk Positive Sim Racing for the moment. It has been a quiet yet unentertaining race from them.
Yeah, there was one penalty levelled out for one of their cars earlier in the race, and I can't remember if it was one of the GTE or P1 cars, but certainly if we're not talking too much about Positive Sim Racing, that probably means it's a good race for them. They've got a lot of really talented drivers, a lot of setup work, making some new signings recently, but unfortunately maybe not making the best name for themselves in this series or in Neo, but that can all change if they have a clean race, a good race here, and what they say is you're only as good as your last race, so today is a fresh opportunity for them to show the world what they've got.
A warning for Simicube Inex Racing for dangerous driving while lapping as race leader Tom Micklemore dives onto pit road for Bushfink Racing Blue. We haven't even talked about track conditions here today. It is 43 degrees on the track. It is hot. It is not double stinting conditions, but Micklemore tried it anyway as he will pull into his box. He will change drivers now as Matt Farrow will get behind the wheel. It's been a while since I've seen Matt Farrow really have a good race. I saw him back when he was in his Blue Flag Racing colours. That was a long time ago, but Matt Farrow now will take behind the wheel as through will go Andreas Lakeman and Santeri Kalunki. That has been a change of position. We're just waiting to see where a certain Mark Elkerman comes out. He's rounding the final corner. This should be Pure Racing Team back to the race lead. The answer is an affirmative yes. Just off the jacks now actually goes a certain Matt Farrow. It's a long wait for that green cone. Out and away he goes. Behind Max Venig, a large gap. Where is Hamilton breezing by? So the undercut works for Thrustmaster Movano.
Yeah, exactly. Probably the right move to leave Marcus Hamilton in the car then. I'm going to look across at my timing screen really quickly. What was the difference in the pit stop times? I don't know, I can't find it as all the pit stops happen and it re-scrolls, but yeah, certainly Marcus Hamilton side by side as the Team Bushfink car was on the pit exit, but with enough of an overspeed that he was well clear as he came into the braking zone. and we'll have to see what Matt Farrow has for pace, but we know Marcus Hamilton has got plenty. I did see Matt Farrow definitely practicing this car track combination in the iRacing Le Mans series earlier in the week, though.
We've got a great battle in GTE going on. This is Trustmaster Movano's SCO63 Dion Fiallo against David Barraclough in the 102 Talk Freak Racing Radeon. Look at them, nose to tail, and trying to pick a lane, but they have to let through Sven Newman as they hit the brakes. So close, but David Barraclough will lose out the position to Movano, and Movano trying to recover through the field, but all of a sudden, next up's Obsidian Racing, Fernando Antli behind the wheel, and their team boss, if you managed to remember from last time, had a six-named name, which was always a very nice point of contention. But Fernando Antli, certainly one of those drivers that I expect to be up and coming as one of the good GT drivers of the future.
Yeah, exactly. So now he's got Dion in the Thrustmaster Movano car, maybe chasing him down. And that number 63 for GTE, a little bit deeper buried in the GTE field than we might expect of a team like Thrustmaster Movano Racing. So they've got a bit of work to do, as in half an hour we'll be at the halfway point of this race, Jake.
It doesn't feel like it at all at this stage. Retirements from this event, there have only been 5. Secret Hyper Divas, Core Sim Racing GT2, Thrustmaster Movano SCO 3, Team 97 and VRS Coanda Sim Sport have been the teams that have been out of this event. The last vehicle in this field is the 113 of Aito Media Villa for Zenith Thrustmaster. So a lot of work that needs to be going in for them, but for the moment, your leaders in all 3 categories: Pure Racing Team Prototype, Ava Vatic, and Pure Racing Team GT. As things stand, Impulse Racing SCO, we haven't talked much about them here in this event here today, David, but position number 5 for Marco Jaeger at the moment. I think Impulse have really surprised a lot of people, as towards the back of the field in the opening race, but all of a sudden they now find themselves in this 4-hour event. They're right up there for some major pointage.
Is pointage even a word? But I'll go right past that to the fact that, yeah, I think the P2 category is one where teams can spring some surprises. It's a car that's been around for a while. It's a car that people have a pretty good understanding of how to set up. There's not quite as many secrets to it as there is to the Prototype 1 cars, as there is to the newer GTE cars. So if you can find some good drivers, if you can put in the practice time, if you can understand the conditions and run a clean race, I think it's a category where a newcomer could do a lot better than maybe you might see with the very complicated Prototype 1 hybrids, or with the maybe a little bit more setup sensitive GTE cars.
Yes, you certainly could see that. Battle in GTE, Radicals Online Turn Racing have made their way through on Hellenic Racing Red. So Wyatt Gooden's got past Nestoras Kiosoglu. And actually Hellenic, I think, aren't necessarily a bad team. They were 3rd last year. But I think that with the increase of GTE entries at the highest level, I think that Hellenic is starting to be found out a little bit, that they don't have maybe as much pace as other teams, but they certainly do have the consistency value.
Yep, and I'm interested to see that it must be a relatively new Omen partnership for that team. That's a brand that's recently come onto my radar as they've supported the VSR Showdown Round 2. So good to see that as sim racing gets more established, we've got more brands willing to be associated with it, willing to support teams, events, and those kind of things. So good on them. Maybe not quite giving Hellenic Racing as much speed as they'd like, but nonetheless, they're amongst it, and it's a pretty good-looking Porsche 911 RSR that they've got.
It certainly is. And let's actually talk about sponsorships and sim racing for a moment, just as we have a little bit of a lull in the racing action, David, because see places like Spain and the Spanish sim racing community, you've got likes of Asus getting involved, Vodafone's in there, Samsung's in there, all the big names. You've got Nvidia trying to get in on the action too. You look at, let's say, teams like Hellenic who have Omen. There's teams like Fusion Sim Racing in Australia who has the Amazon Web Services sponsorship. The sponsorship's all there in sim racing. It's just not pronounced, I don't think. And do you feel like there is an obligation of these teams to try and get themselves up there so that all these big sponsorships do have that place at the highest level?
I mean, sponsorship's always a two-way street. You know, you're not deserved a sponsor just because you're quick. A company's going to partner with you because they see some value in what you can do for their brand name out there. So it can't exist in a vacuum. There's got to be viewers, there's got to be excitement, there's got to be all those other things that companies look for in, you know, activations and other things like that. So certainly more companies coming on board, always good, but as a viewership spectacle, as you know, the production quality on our end kind of thing, that all needs to keep improving if sim racing's going to be a viable way for these technology companies and energy drink companies and all kinds of companies to find eyeballs for their brand name in sponsoring a sim racing team.
Yes, you're very, very right there, David. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step aside very briefly here at Autodromo Nazionale Monza. We'll be back with more after this. 1 hour, 40 minutes into the 4 hours of Monza in the Sports Car Open. And it has been plain sailing for the number 7 of Pure Racing Team. Mark Elkerman behind the wheel at the moment. Started second, moved up to first position pretty quickly. Crossmaster Movano are currently 8.4 seconds down the road in second position. Marcus Hamilton behind the wheel with Team Bushwick Racing in Q. They are holding on to a slender second gap over Simacube Inex Racing, who currently hold fourth position with Jack Sedgwick behind the wheel. Race for Cat Endurance, haven't talked about them. Javier Sola having a great run for the Spanish outfit in 5th place. They have got Thierry Renson a mile back in 6th position. It's Team 5 trying to chase them down in 7th. That's Lucas Gista, part of the Phoenix Racing esports team that is due to come up. And Vendaval Sim Racing White in 8th position with Juan E. Lopez, a far cry away from where he was at the start of 2018. David Haynes just standing by with everything that's been going on in your LMP2 category.
Yep, exactly. Ava Vivatic, number 39, championship leaders still leading this race, ahead of what's been a great battle between Core Sim Racing PC Santeri Kalunki and no-name Andreas Lakem. So good battle there for the top 3. In 4th, Team Bushwink Racing Yellow. In 5th, Impulse Racing SCO, who we talked about a little bit earlier. Then behind them for 6th place, Inertia Sim Racing. 7th, InSim Sailors. And in 8th place in that Prototype Challenge P2 category is, switches around on my timing screen a little bit. I thought it was Team Hoisting Felt number 35.
Well, I still have it as Team Hoisting Felt's number 35, so they're doing all well. In your GT category, this has been a sleeper battle. Maximilian Venig, though, and Pure Racing Team, they are the GT champions of iRacing. They are pulling away at the front of the field from Thrustmaster by TX3 and Thibaut Kalzabon. Vendaval Sim Racing Blue tucked up behind in 3rd position with Antiahola. Niels Koch has done a great job for Williams to bring themselves back into the battle. They are currently in 4th with Team GT96 on their own in 5th with Thomas Gibson and Marcin Skrzipczak in 6th position for Triton Racing. 7th is Cedric Bolland for Simatok Esports Pyrite, and rounding out the top 8 is Miko Ruskola, who is struggling a little bit here with pace in 8th position for Glacier Racing. They're being chased down at the moment here as we look into our racing action then towards the end of the second hour by Team Chimera. Of course, Randy Cheneth, a member of that, as I believe we're going to have a Chimera on Chimera overtake. Simon Trendale making his way past Ben Tusting, but Tusting's done a great job, and who was that taking to the grass to go 3 wide? That was Emmanuel Galliniere. So the Grenat car of Simatok really taking a lot of chances here.
Yeah, indeed. They're a little bit further down in that P1 category, so maybe that's what they feel like they need to do, but, you know, it's still a lot of race to go. I wouldn't be taking too many chances because a lot can still happen to the guys in front of you for sure. So, lots of close battles still in that GTE field because that's just the kind of racing that a track like this produces in those cars. It's a very close field, and then you add in the slipstream, just pulls the cars closer together, Jake.
We've also seen your race leader in LMP2 come down and make a pit stop. That was Sven Newman and Ava Vivatic coming down and making a scheduled stop then for them. That will allow Core Sim Racing PC to regain the race lead momentarily in this situation. I was just looking at No Name, and they have dramatically dropped off over the course of this lap, and I think they may have had an issue somewhere on circuit, potentially. Just going to have a little look back and see if they've had any issues. No, they are actually where they are on pace. So really surprising to see just how much that Core Sim Racing has been able to pull away here, David.
Yeah, an interesting one for sure. And the sort of net leader, Ava Vivatic, Sven Newman, once again not taking tyres in his pit stops. So as No Name comes down on the lane, and so does Team Bushwink Racing Yellow. So Core Sim Racing PC stay out to inherit the lead, but most of those P2s now coming down on the lane. We'll have to see Do they take tyres? Are they double stinting? What's the strategy in the P2 class?
Well, you have to feel that they will be double stinting, or if not even triple stinting their tyres, because of just how short their pit stop windows definitely are. They are scheduled back down to about 35 minutes or so per stop, which is not ideal, but what this does mean is it's a very interesting strategy game for them. And not only that, David, it's the fact that those tyres technically have a long, quote-unquote, longer life than normal because they're making more stops.
Yep, exactly. So for the no-name team, a driver change there. Patrick Richter gets in behind the wheel. Fraser Williamson also goes behind the wheel of the Team Bushfink Racing yellow car. And there might be... Is that a driver change for Impulse Racing SCO? Was Marco Jaeger behind the wheel of that one before?
All the time.
So some driver swaps starting to happen now in that P2 class as we're getting pretty close to the halfway point.
We certainly are getting close to that halfway point, and what an important race. You also see Koana's 18 back out again. Nice to see them back out. Vajalis Jurgis, the Greek freak, is behind the wheel once more, and he'll be trying to get a little bit of practice in under his belt as things stand. But for the moment at least, we still have a couple of good little scraps. And I want to talk about Williams Esport for the moment. And they've done so well to get themselves back in this train, and they're just happy to sit and play the waiting game when it comes to the fuel, when it comes to the strategy. They've had to work hard, and I have no doubts that they would be up there probably challenging with Venig if it wasn't for their spin. They lost themselves a good chunk of time that they have brought back, but of course they've got Lauren Heinrich that they want to put in the vehicle next. And of course, as we all know, Lauren Heinrich showed when it came to the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. He's not there to play games. He has the pace to be up there with the likes of Maximilian Benecke. He is a fantastic young talent.
Yeah, precisely. So looking at that battle, second, third, fourth, Pure Racing Team GT might be just too far ahead, but certainly all three of these guys will be thinking, how does their team play against the others? How can they grab second position? And Williams Esports definitely in a spot in this pack where good strategy or a good later stint could definitely grab them a very nice spot on the podium.
It certainly could, and remember, they're just about 0.6 of a second away from said podium. Drive-through penalty for the 111 machine. That is Triton Racing for causing a collision. So Marcin Skrzipczak and Triton, they were having a good run. I believe they've come and served that penalty already, and that means that they've dropped behind Simitok and behind Glacier back down into 8th position on the road. In fact, they're behind Hellenic, I believe, out on track. So a lot further down than I originally thought, but that's going to be very, very telling for their future. Also, Bushfink Blue are still in 3rd position, but they have Inex, who have closed down about 2 seconds on that last lap, mainly due to traffic.
Yep, still Jack Sedgwick behind the wheel of the Simicube Inex Racing. Now Matt Farrow behind the wheel of Team Bushfink Racing. And as they come across the line, nearly a second and a half quicker for Simicube Inex Racing. They took tyres at their last stop. So did Team Bushfink Racing. So those two on equal footing, but it just looks like Jack Sedgwick has the pace advantage behind the wheel of that Porsche 919 hybrid.
It certainly does look that way, and Jack Sedgwick then just trying to bring his 919 back into play. We have also seen a good pit stop come in for a certain core sim racing PC. That's Santeri Kalunki's 44. They are behind Ava Vavatic by a good 10-15 seconds or so here, David, but crucially enough, they are still within what I would like to call endurance range of applying pressure.
Yep, precisely. So the longer stop for Core Sim Racing PC that time, taking fuel, taking tyres, no driver swap yet. So maybe they'll have a little bit of a tyre advantage, but yeah, that's a 9-second gap. And if you're Sven Neumann behind the Ava Vavatic number 39, and you see that gap behind just closing a little bit, that's the kind of pressure you can put on, even if you're 10 seconds behind.
Certainly can, especially in this style of racing, as the gap at the front of your LMP1 field remains around 7.2 seconds. Marcus Hamilton versus Mark Elkerman, and on that lap there was only 0.03 of a difference in favour of Pure Racing Team. So this battle has calmed down, but it is a war of attrition. It's a battle of 10th by 10th, yard by yard, foot by foot at the moment in your LMP1 category, David, and I think that's going to be very telling because Hamilton has been very, very strong on the second half of his stints.
Yep, exactly. Both of those teams didn't pick up big points in the first race, so that's something I'm sure will be factoring into their thoughts. Meanwhile, it's Team Bushfink Racing Blue who grabbed a podium and are looking to hopefully get that again, as Cinecube NX Racing were closing them down, but then they came across some of that GTE traffic that is still stuck together. That's pushed them a little bit further apart, but Jack Sedgwick is still trying to hunt down that podium position.
He is certainly trying to hunt down that podium position, but at the moment he just can't seem to find the magic switch that puts himself right in the picture of having that nice fight. Got a good battle though further down the field. We've got Positive Sim Racing Green, Doriano Ricciuti against Emmanuel Galinier and SimTalk Esports Granada. This is for 9th and 10th in category at the moment, as Positive Sim Racing Green, their partnership with University Isabel I and Simitok, who are a really small team who do like to punch above their weight. You're seeing two of these up-and-coming LMP1 teams having pretty nice scrap of things, actually, I'd say, in 9th and 10th, and probably on a pretty good pace here for maybe 8th, maybe even 7th if things happen to other drivers.
Yep, exactly, and you know, this is the Positive Sim Racing Green car that didn't pick up points last round. It was Positive Sim Racing Black that I think got 2nd position. So a lot of P1s came unstuck at Spa and have some redemption to try and seek out here at Monza. And Doriano Ricciuti is one of those drivers in one of those cars.
Yes, but he's got to look at who's battling who at the moment, because Galinier having to make his way past Marco Jaeger, which was not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but still had a lot of work to do to try and find his way through, and just about did. But look at how the overspeed's going to come in now from Ricciuti there. 3 wide, turn to 2, looking for the inside, but earlier on the brakes is the Positive Sim Racing Green LMP1 Porsche, and not going to make anything happen as Fraser Williamson gets very tucked up behind Ricciuti. No contact between them, but that battle certainly exacerbating, getting very, very close as things stand. And it's nice to see this battle going on, because Ricciuti knows, okay, it's a patience game. I don't need to make that move straight away. I've still got 2 hours, as he has a big wiggle through the second part to try and get through. As actually has a slow car of Patrick Richter, and I believe that's to serve a slowdown penalty.
Yep, so Team No Name maybe not settling in quite as well.
Around.
Patrick, who's around, Jake?
It's Thierry Renson, it's Ava Vavatics 25, and that is in the infield of Ascari. So that was them from 6th position, all on their own. They clip the anti-cut curb, bang, they hit the last one. Round they go 180, trying to recover it back. Have they lost any positions? I assume that they have to Team 5. They have to Team 5. They have, I think, as well, to Vendaval Sim Racing. So that's 2 positions for Ava and potentially some floor damage.
Yep, that was the curb that we saw VRS Coanda P1 come unstuck at as well. Maybe these sort of low to the ground, low clearance prototypes just can't get over those curbs as well as the GT cars can. And I think if you hit that last one in Ascari just wrong in a P1, we've seen you can get some air, and it not pretty at all if you hit that curb just wrong.
They call them, oh, actually there's another car actually off, and that's at Curva Grande, and I'm just trying to get an eye out on who that was. I didn't quite catch it first time by, so just have another look and see who that was in the gravel And, oh, it was a contact. Juani Lopez of Vendaval White and Paul Richards of Legends Racing White. So the two white cars coming together. There was Juani Lopez coming around the outside. He gets the grass on the outside, loses traction. Paul Richards has nowhere to go. He turns around Juan Lopez, both of them in the dirt. And I think Juan Lopez has just proven why Vendaval have tailed off. And Juani Lopez has struggled over the second half of this year.
Yep, I think that Vendaval Sim Racing white car was on the lane with no driver in it. That's looks very, very much like a race over for Vendaval Sim Racing white.
It's a shame for them because they were running up inside the top 10. There's a change of position potentially for Ricciuti on Galinier. Back on that battle we were looking at earlier, trying to go at it at Parabolica. Wide line taken there. I actually got a lot of work out of that, did Simotok Esports. Good work through Parabolica. Gained 3/10 on the outside line. It's not often you see that, but look at how that hybrid deployment will come back in. Moves to the outside trying to cover off the move, but straight away you will see Galinier outclassed, outmuscled as they go through. As actually I do see a vehicle just run straight on. That's Ilka Katalikowski for Inertia Sim Racing Corsac. They'll have to slow down, but Ricciuti gains the position for Positive Sim Racing Green.
Yep, moves them up into, I think, 8th place or so, maybe 7th if Race for Cat are in a pit stop. So that's good for Doriani Ricciuti and very, very good for Positive Sim Racing.
It's an earlier stop then for Race for Cat Endurance, and it's a little bit surprising by them that they would choose to go this early. They had Julia Pros behind the wheel to begin with. Then Javier Solas had a pretty nice stint of things, just waiting for the stop to happen and complete. If it doesn't, then that's going to be a little bit concerning for Race for Cat and the number 15. But they've been having a really good race so far here, David.
Yep, they were running quite well up there. We weren't saying too much about them, but 5th position was a good spot for them to be, especially in a Prototype 1 field that's stacked with all sorts of VRS Coanders, Thrustmaster Mavanos, and pure racing teams. You know, 5th place is very good for them, but this is looking like a rather long stop. I think they've encountered a problem because from what I see, this is now 2 minutes stationary. That is not standard whatsoever. Something has gone wrong for Race for Cat Endurance.
They came in on their own accord. I'll say that as much. They came in on their own accord. I don't think they had an issue on the lap prior to that. They didn't. So this is very, very baffling here for Javier Sola and the Race for Cat car. And it's going to be a horrible, horrible stop, which will put them way back in. Ava Vatic 25 comes down onto lane. Jurian Gronen gets behind the wheel. Take the driver out that made the mistake, but that is really disappointing to see from Race for Cat. That's pretty much condemned them a mile back down the order, and for what looked like top 5 points, it's looking like next to no points at this stage.
Exactly. I'm not sure what it is about these very, very tricky P1 category cars, but for the second race in a row, we're seeing a lot of people have problems come unstuck. And now this elevates someone like Doriani Ricciuti, like Lucas Yestadt. They're now up into some very nice points-paying positions because we've had quite a few retirements and quite a few slip-ups from some teams that, you know, maybe should be doing better.
We've seen a change of position in GTE as now Williams Esports moved themselves up into 3rd position through Niels Koch. This was the track which Williams took a last lap victory, a last corner victory at in the VRS GT World Championship. So Niels Koch and Williams Esports, they know what it takes to win around this track. They know what it takes to be at the highest level. They've got Thibaut Calzabon just in front, that maybe they're starting to think about trying to push the cadence forward. They do, down to the inside, and Calzabon's going to let that happen in the Thrustmaster by TX3 car, and that's going to allow Williams up into 2nd position. And for the moment at least, Niels Koch can now put on the gas and try and push himself back towards Pure Racing Team at the front of the field.
Yeah, nothing subtle about that. Niels Koch is excited. It's time to get on with it. He gets past Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, and then looks to the inside of that Thrustmaster by TX3 car, and like you said, rather sensible little breathe of the throttle from Thibaut Casabon lets Williams Esports up into second place. Now let's see, does Niels Koch have any of the pace to maybe pull away from those guys? Because those three cars have been stuck to each other for hours now.
They have, well, 2 of those hours, I think you have to say at least, but got a little bit of a gap, but the draft is so powerful in these GTEs, it's almost impossible to break away, but once you get a second, you're off swimming with the fishes, it seems, when you get into these sorts of vehicles. I have had just a look at that Race for Cat car. It's still down on the lane, so probably damage we are thinking at this stage. Simitok, their Pyrite car, has just brought in a new driver. That's Jordan Deschamps behind the wheel. Really exciting young talent Jordan Deschamps is. I like to see what he'll be able to do here. And of course, you've got the likes of his next car he's chasing down, which is the University Isabel, the first positive sim racing blue car. And that, David, has the Dialdo Vieira in it.
Yeah, sorry, where am I looking?
At a Dialdo Vieira. 94, David. We can get there.
Okay.
So basically, not necessarily a battle just yet, but one that could be developing if Deschamps does find the pace. He's been doing 47 lap times compared to the 48 of the Positive Sim Racing blue car, so certainly finding that time.
Yep, exactly. There's a little bit of, well, I have to say that the front left of that Ford GT does not look pretty, but if you can find a little bit of a draft here and there, if your suspension is still straight, and if you've got the talent behind the wheel, maybe that won't stop him. But this is definitely a track where having a clean car, having smooth body panels, good aero efficiency is to your advantage.
In comes some GTE vehicles. Wyatt Good and Marcin Skrzipczak. Christopher Dambeats comes in. So does Fernando Antoli. So Obsidian. Porsche Basel by Sorgren Sports Esports in. You've got Radicals Online Turn Racing also in on the lane as well. Driver change for Radicals. Sindre Setsource gets in behind the wheel. The Norwegian Niels Hartmann for Porsche Basel. Piotr Jagodzinski for Triton Racing, as Fernando Antoli will stay in the vehicle and spin the wheels up as well on the jacks as Max Venig, race leader, dives down onto the lane. Jagodzinski away, then long stop for Niels Hartmann. I think there's some tyres involved in that. Antoli gets out and away, and Niels Hartmann's going to be there for a very, very long time. Finally gets away, but behind. Bradley Haley now changes for Positive Sim Racing Blue, as now Venig, I believe, is the only one to come in, as in comes Koch and also others. But we've seen something happen at turn number 1, and it's Race for Cats, who have just taken a tow. So, David, I was just keeping an eye on that one. They just came out of pit road. I think that they were trying to test something, and something's failed on the car. That's the only thing I can really say. Something's failed.
Yep, they've come back out of the pits, and then I think it's just whatever damage troubles they were having. It's come back, and
it could be technical.
I think this could be a retirement for Race for Cat.
Well, there may be a motor that's gone as well, so really a lot of issues there. It could be technical, it could be the motor. We have seen driver change, though, for Pure Racing Team GT. They've put Jonas Vollmeyer, the man who has won every single World Tour event this year, on the iRacing service. That is what you call an achievement that will very rarely find itself to be repeated. And I don't know any time before that anyone has had that level of dominance when it comes to an event like the World Tours, David.
Yeah, most recently taking a victory in Petit Le Mans, which was not that long ago. So a very dominant performance, a very consistent performance. You know, you can be massively quick, but to win so much so often, everything has to be perfect, with strategy, with the consistency, with no mistakes. So that's definitely a great person to put behind the wheel, the halfway point, and to presumably bring that car home. and with a good lead that they have for that number 71 car as well.
George Gruber gets behind the wheel of the Talk Freak Racing Radion car, as well as Nato Nascimento for Zenith Esports, the Brazilian driver, getting in behind the wheel of that. We are expecting the pit stop window to open for your LMP1 category as well. We are over the halfway stage as Mark Elkerman looks to drive on into the sunset, but is not getting much distance. That gap from Marcus Hamilton, we said in the second half of the stint he's good. He's got that gap down to 6 seconds now, and there was a lot of traffic this lap for Mark Elkerman to have to contest with, which could be interesting. And on cue, Elkerman will dive down onto pit road then for the first prototype stops. Hamilton, I think, should take the opportunity to dive down in. He will stay out, and he will have to encounter the same traffic that maybe Elkerman did. I'm not sure that's the right decision there, David.
I guess time will tell on that one, but it's so dependent on around a track like this, especially where the P1s catch the traffic, because you know there's some long straights where they can absolutely blow by 5, 6 cars at once, or if they catch them somewhere like the Lesmos, absolutely lose a load of time. So it can be so variable based on just exactly where you end up catching that traffic.
Well, it looks like Marcus Hamilton has been a maestro with the traffic when it has come to the early stages of this lap. They have been sensational at making their way through. So now the question becomes, when do you do the driver change? Because it is clear that Pure have got that out of the way early as Patrick Wolf actually gets back behind the wheel. I think they're concerned here. They need to put Patrick Wolf back behind the wheel because they are unsure Mark Elkerman could do enough of the business.
That's definitely an interesting one, as also there's a driver change for Simicube Inex Racing, and William Levesque gets behind the wheel of that car that was driven for so long by Jack Sedgwick. Yeah, maybe Pure Racing Team are feeling the pressure from Marcus Hamilton. Certainly lots and lots of pace in that number 21 car.
I should say that Inex is 10 seconds quicker on pit road, as the number 10 says, and that was with a driver swap as well. They have gone for no tyres once more, so it seems that William Levesque wants to play the game at this stage here, David. He knows that it's a no tyre call here, and they will commit to that no tyre call despite the hot conditions as Hamilton comes in.
Yep, so that's there's plenty of different strategies playing out. We're weaving a tapestry here with P1s and their pit stops. So this is one of those ones where we're really going to have to wait a while before we see, you know, who's going to be where come the last stint and have how much pace, as the number 21 goes up on the jacks and Frederick Evers is going to come in. So a tyre change for that car and a driver change.
Yes, very, very telling at this stage. In comes Lucas Gestat then to make the stop. Here's Patrick Wolf down the front stretch then, and should re-inherit the lead as out and away comes Evers, and it does look closer. Has to be said, it does look closer. So Evers is going to come out behind Gabriel Pereira, but crucially ahead of the Inex car by a good margin. So a fantastic gap being built then by the two at the front, Movano versus a certain team known as Pure. And the big thing about this Movano team is that they can't put arguably their star driver, their new star signing at the moment this year, they can't put in Patrick Schneider because Schneider's on the other car, which is out after 15 minutes.
Yeah, and that's always an interesting one for these teams that have more than one car in one class or one category, is what do you do with your driver pairings? Do you put your two best drivers in one car and then, you know, your third and fourth best driver in another car, or do you try and split it, try and make the cars equal? And whatever you do, there are circumstances where it could punish you if, for example, you put your two best drivers in one car and then that car goes out.
Yeah. Let's go to an ad break, then we'll be back just after this. 2 hours completed.
this motor speedway. Will it be Tim Hogan? It's going to be Christopher DeMeritt at the line.
Pit stop phase has just come and gone for a lot of drivers and teams. We've got drivers who have come in, drivers who haven't just yet, and one of those who have stayed out long is the team Bushfink Racing blue car. They've just come down, made their stop, and actually have come out with a fantastic stop to get ahead of Thrustmaster Movano SCO 21. We're going to go on board with them here. Freddie Evers behind the wheel, the most inseparable duo, even back from friction racing days. Hamilton and Evers. Let's go on board. This is RaceSpotTV. Fan immersion. please. Well, our mics were hot, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologise about that, but it's still been good work from Freddie Evers. He is trying to chase down the 22 of Team Bushink Racing Blue, Matt Farrow. Alternative strategy on the no tyres, tyres call, compared to everyone else just taking full tyres. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the commentary booth, Mr. Connery Maddock. Connery, you are 2 hours and 22 minutes late.
Can we not talk about that?
Oh, 2 hours and 18 minutes late, we're hearing. So, okay, so Mr. Maddock, it's been an interesting race so far. Pure Racing Team, Bushvink, Movano, all up there at the top, having some good scraps going on. And we are in the middle of a pit stop cycle in your LMP2s, as the likes of Fraser Williamson for Team Bushvink Yellow and the no-name team of Patrick Richter comes down onto the lane. How do you think Monza has been in terms of a race that has really been a difference maker so far in this championship?
To me, Monza is kind of one of the big difference makers and one of the big equalizers as well. It's really a track that doesn't require a lot of technical knowledge in terms of your lines through the corners. Your braking does really matter coming down in towards turn number 1 and down into the other chicanes as well. But it's not a track where absolute driver skill really exacerbates any advantage that you get. This is more of a tactical race. It's more of a thinking man's race with the strategy.
It certainly is. And David, we've been looking at Williams Esports as well, and their recovery drive after their spin earlier on. They're up to second. They've broken Thrustmaster by TX3, but they still have a long way to go if they are to catch Jonas Vollmeyer. The good news is they took a 10th out of them last time by, but a 10th will not get you back to them.
Yep, and they also took a Nils Kosh out of the car, installed that Lauren Heinrich, which is, a very good accessory to have in your Ford GTE. So he's doing quite well, and as you said, taking 1/10 out, but that is just not enough for the, I'm seeing about 20-second lead that Pure Racing Team GT have in that class right now.
It's a 20-second lead, and it is a pretty big 20-second lead around this sort of circuit, as we have been seeing the traffic play numerous amounts of issues. Just seen a change of driver for Impulse Racing STO as well. Timo Hayden gets in behind the wheel of the number 55 machine. Timo Hayden hailing from Club Diach there, so the German, Austrian, Czech-based team having
Swiss. CH is Swiss.
Oh, CH is Swiss, is it? Oh, I didn't know. You learn something new the more you know. So the CH is Swiss. It's been a good run for them at the moment, and I hope that they can get themselves a really good finish here, David.
Yeah, indeed. So we've just, there's a pit stop cycle happening right now in the P2 class cars. So Impulse Racing SCO, like you said, just taking their stop now. People who've already taken their stop, the likes of Ava Vivadic, InSim Sailors, No Name, and Team Bushvink Racing, and now I see Core Sim Racing and Santeri Kalunki come down onto the lane. Will we maybe see a driver swap for that car sometime soon, that number 44? What do you think, Jake?
I think they need to allocate fair share. Kalunki's been in the vehicle right from the get-go, and on cue there is Maxime Pauli gets in behind the wheel. So it's,
I feel rather psychic.
You might as well do at this stage. So Pauli gets in behind the wheel. Keep a focus on that P2 battle though in LMP1, because Freddie Evers is behind the wheel, and if he is in the best team, Evers, Connery, he knows Matt Farrow certainly isn't. 7/10 locked off that last time by, and within a second.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic progress there from the driver of Frederick Evers, but right now He's got a little bit of traffic to deal with ahead of him. He's got the likes of Legends Racing and, of course, GT Car Glacier Racing. But thanks to how this track is with those long straights, he can get those disposed of relatively quickly and go on the chase once again down towards the curve of Parabolica. As you said quite rightfully, a huge amount of time taken out on that last lap. Is that going to be the case once again as they head their way across the line? A 53.7 by Evers, and that is going to be a 54.4 by Farrow. Evers is on fire. I think this one's going to be done very quickly once he gets close.
Yes, but there's traffic to deal with, which will not be very helpful at all. They've got to get past Jordan Deschamps, James Ewens in the skyline, and also you've got the likes of Joshua Wolf in the sunset further down the field. So 2 Talk Freak cars to get by as they they easily slide their way past for now. Talk Freak Racing Skyline, James Ewens, nothing he can do. Now Evers has got to position himself, David, to make the move, because he knows the longer he stays behind this Bushfink car, the more time he will lose that number 7 prototype up in front. And remember, both of them are, or both teams, the 21 and the 7, are trying to recover as many points as possible after a poor showing at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps.
Yep, precisely. And this is a kind of car where you can set up your move a lap in advance. You know, look at where the traffic will be. Consider where and how you're going to deploy your hybrid, as Matt Farrow gets a little bit of the grass on the exit of Ascari, but Frederick Evers doesn't close up too closely. So definitely one of the things you can do is you can spend your lap saving a little bit of hybrid energy, maybe save it for a push out of Parabolica here, or all kinds of things. You can think quite far ahead, play a bit of hybrid P1 chess, and they are going to go side by side down the main straight, and I think Frederick Evers just had this contact. He's into the wall.
Wow, Evers in contact, and Movano find themselves checkmated after a big incident on the front stretch. It was brave and bold from Evers to go on the outside. The track would always narrow. He never actually needed to leave a car's width. Replay on screen, and actually, I would put that on Evers, because technically, he's not on the racing circuit.
Yeah, that's actually 100% on Evers. Actually, I think they can go all the way to the pit wall anyway, but still, Evers didn't leave enough space as he was cutting back in line. I'm sorry, that is all Evers' fault. It was a single line held by Farrow all the way down the straight. Evers, he didn't need to cut in that quick. He still had a good 100 meters or so before the track even cuts back in. So that is a critical mistake from Ivano, and it's one that they have to take on the chin now.
And Movano's day goes from bad to catastrophically worse. And David, you look at incidents like that, and Evers is the last person you would ever think to make moves in incidents like that. But even the best of racers get caught up in incidents like that.
Yeah, exactly. He just eased across to the left a little bit too much, a little bit too early, and that contact has unfortunately cost him and his team very dearly. And this, once again, just doesn't look like Plusmaster Movano Racing series.
It doesn't. They've been so good in the Neo Endurance series, and you get to here and they've just struggled, it seems, over this. And, well, Movano, I don't want to give them that ideology of they are incredibly quick, but they run into mistakes, but that was such a rare mistake to see from a driver like Freddie Evers. You talk about that team being so consistent. They were so close to the first ever 24 Hours of Le Mans victory in iRacing terms. So they certainly are good. I will just preface this by, we've just seen a change of position in GTE Connery though, as Matti Kaidasoja pulls Vendaval up onto the podium, as Thrustmaster by TX3 are starting to struggle slightly. Now Kenny Roosen, part of the new core sim racing outfit, Team GTE 96 for this series, they want fourth now.
Exactly, very close things right now going on for P number 3 in your GTE class, but just wow, that instant move with Movano. I haven't seen such a catastrophic mistake from a single driver in a very long time. That was just a complete lapse in judgment from Frederick Evers. He's going to be the one apologizing to his team after an incident like that. There's no way you can spin that to try and pin it on the other driver. But this GT3 battle will be disrupted a little bit by a couple of prototypes heading their way through. but no issue so far, as William Levesque and James Owens will get themselves through in that one. And you know, they had a little bit of a moment coming through Ascari, but they'll get themselves going. But you're completely right, Jake. This battle for P number 4 out there on circuit in your GTE class looking particularly spicy right now, as Stress Masterback TX3 drop off of your podium position sitters right now. Team GTE 96 there trying to give chase, taking the wider line through the parabolica, that characteristic wide exit to maximize the speed down the straights. But we're getting to the stage in the race now, or we've already been in the stage of the race where the traffic is just absolutely constant for your prototypes, with how many cars are still out there on track.
Yes, and what a relief that would be for Pure Racing Team as well, who now have an 8.8 second advantage over Bushfink Racing. But Kenny Roosen still looking to try and make the move on Thibaut Calzabon, and Kenny has been the driver, I think, who should be, David, up there in a World Championship seat, should qualify, and should have himself a really, really good shot at getting some great results. You can see in every single league that I have seen Kenny Roosen and his team, be it when it was SRT Esports, or be it where it is now, joining Core Sim Racing, they are always up there in some capacity, having an influence on the race.
Yep, and now he's got a fantastic opportunity to show that once again, because Vendaval Sim Racing Blue gets a teeny bit away from these two of Thrustmaster by TX3 and Team GTE 96, but, you know, Kenny Roosen is just a sniff away from standing on the podium in what I think is the most fiercely contested class in this series. We've seen that these GTEs are just so close, so little separating these guys, so if Kenny Roosens can bring just a teeny bit of advantage, standing on the podium in that class would be a very, very good result for Team GTE 96.
And I'll tell you about teams who are doing good jobs. Ava Vivatics 39 is on a fantastic drive at the moment. They have themselves a good 30-second advantage over Core Sim Racing PC. And in LMP2 category terms, Connery, this has been a sensational drive from Ava. They've really stepped up to the plate and said, we are here, we can race at this highest level, and the teamwork that has been done today by Sven Newman and Pascal Stix once again shows just how good Ava can be.
Yeah, exactly, and these are no small fish in your LMP2 field. You've got the likes of Core Sim Racing, you've got the likes of Mevano as well, Team Huizingveld, who has been very, very strong on occasion as well. They're further down the field than where Ava Vivatics is running right now, and it's a pretty good gap that they have right at the front of the field right now. It's quite dominant from Sven Neumann and co right now, but you know how things can change, and change they do very quickly.
We are on RaceSpotTV Radio just for a little bit then here, ladies and gentlemen. So we do our best to describe what is going on. We've got a battle for 4th position out on track at the moment, such as things have been changing. Team 5 are 3.6 seconds down the road from Positive Sim Racing Green. Yannick Ongena behind the wheel for Positive Sim Racing Green. Team 5 being driven by Lucas Gotch, a driver that I know very personally because, David, I used to own a sim racing team about 3 years ago, and Lucas Gotch was one of my star drivers.
Well, I'm very excited for him that he's moved on to bigger and better things. Currently sitting in 4th position because, you know, like we said earlier, you know, when they were in, you know, maybe around 6th or 7th position, that, you know, a lot can still happen if they just keep their nose clean. And indeed, we've seen cars in front of them come unstuck. Most recently, that Thrustmaster Movano car, and now 4th position. That's looking pretty good for them. So, by the way, if we're radio, should we put on old-timey radio voices?
We might get a little bit of a copyright from SimSpeed TV if we start doing that, but that's a different point entirely. Lucas Gotch, a former black stripe in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. Yannick Ongena, though, for Positive Sim Racing Green. Haven't heard too much about him as a driver, but certainly having a very, very good showing of things at the moment here, Connery. And Positive Sim Racing Green, they have been a team of development. They have always been a chop and change team, and you just got to think about what sort of a team they would have if they were able to keep their drivers. You got to talk about drivers like Harrison Finch. You got Diogo Oliveira you could put into the mix. You got the likes of De Freitas. You got the likes of so many others that you can put on that list. I think Patrick Holtzman maybe you could put, potentially not, but so many drivers have been at Positive Sim Racing Green, have moved on to bigger and better things. It is almost the place to go if you want to have that stepping stone to the next level.
Yeah, exactly. One of those big teams in terms of the development drivers that you do see in there. And sometimes when you get these pretty big teams, some might fear that they're about 1 or 2 steps away from completely collapsing within themselves. But Positive Sim Racing Green have booked the trend right now. They've always been up there. They've always been challenging for at least podium positions, and they just go from strength to strength, no matter if their drivers move on to more pro, in quote marks, teams or not.
Well, if they are, we have ourselves a good amount of picture now, ladies and gentlemen. So RaceSpotTV Radio officially stops just for the time being, and hopefully we won't get to see that too much further. But still that battle going on for position number 4 in your GTE category, and all of a sudden Vendaval are breaking away. Matti Kaidasoja, who was the Finnish sim racing champion this year, took that one away from Joni Heikkinen. Kaidasoja is pulling away from Kausabon, and that's a good 2 seconds here, David. So Kausabon really is the cork in the bottle for Kenny.
Yeah, exactly. So we've seen the Williams car break away from this. Now Vendaval Sim Racing Blue breaking away. Can Kenny Roosens get by sometime soon? It's looking like he might have to if he doesn't want to lose too much time to those guys ahead.
Well, at the moment, time is being lost. Just look at the time that Kausabon did. He did a 1:47.9 compared to a 47.7 of Kaidasoja. So he is losing a lot of time in this event, and that's not what he wants to be seeing. If you're losing time, well, there's even more work that has to be done to try and grab that back, and it's being proven they can't grab that back at this stage, and that is going to be hurting. 3-car scrap as well in GTE as well. Involves Giannis Chodakis for Hellenic Racing Red, the Omen-sponsored car. You've got Luke Van Schaik for Thrustmaster Movano Sco 63. And then you've got Lewis Goodway in the back of this one as well for Team Bushfink Pink. And this is a nice little scrap. Goodway here, Connery, just waiting in the wings here, hoping to get within that 1 second to start attacking the recovering Movano car. Now the sole remaining Movano car, apart from their GT2 effort. Or LMP2 effort, sorry.
GT2. Oh my
I'm
God,
tired as well.
We're wrong back the years here as Team Bushfink Racing Pink, you're exactly right, trying to chase down Ford GT of Thrustmaster Movano Racing SEO, but well, perhaps Movano's main focus is that Hellenic car ahead. Is Hellenic actually going to get held up slightly by the LMP2 car on the exit of the corner? Allows Movano the overspeed then down the hill, down towards Ascari, then back up towards Ascari as Movano have the inside line, and that position is going to be given by Hellenic Racing. Yeah,
and Giannis Chodakis, I think, understood that he didn't really need to fight that one. He's got bigger fish to fry at the end of the day, and Luke Van Schaik, potentially the quicker driver overall. You talk about lap times last time by, took a 2.5 out, so a 1.5 seconds, and now Lewis Goodway is in the mix here to try and make something happen here for the Bushfink Bird, the pink Bushfink Bird, we can say, at this stage. And while Lewis Goodway, I think he has had a driver change. He's had Barry Morrison in alongside with him, so Goodway using the driver's advantage. Vehicle comes out of pit road. That is Jordan Deschamps, who has made his pit stop. A little looking to turn number 1. Gonna be brave on the brakes. It was a little bit of an early let-off there from the Hellenic car, the Greek-based car, and all of a sudden Lewis Goodway says thank yous there, David. That's a gift.
Yep, from quite a few car lengths back, Lewis Goodway sort of signaled his intentions, and whatever's going on with that Hellenic Racing car, at least they're not fighting battles that they can't, hold their own in. Better maybe to just let these other guys get on with it. Focus on whatever their fuel strategy is, pit strategy, whatever they're aiming for. And that's a little bit of a gimme for Lewis Goodway and Luke Van Schaik as both of them move past.
Yeah, both of them make through. Actually, I've just seen Jonas Vast and Marquis just straight line the second chicane. That is the Variante della Roggia. He's done well, though, Connery, because he's managed to avoid all of the anti-cut curves. The sleeping policeman, the number 59 car has. And Vastamaki, he gets the nickname sometimes of being fast and lucky, and I think he's a little bit lucky there that he hasn't found anti-cut.
Yeah, exactly. They put those huge sort of slip and policemen there for a reason, to really, really punish you to try and cut that chicane, but there is a slight gap on the exit of them that you can just squeeze your way through with your Vastamaki, but it does result in quite a bit more lost time as a result of going over that chicane. So that is just going to be what Nisha has to deal with. They probably still get a slowdown penalty regardless of how slow they went across the chicane there, since it is quite a major track cut, but right now they'll continue on their way.
Interesting. Pure Racing Team GT decides to dive down onto pit road. I'm not sure this is scheduled, David.
No, I think they may have had some form of connection issue. Jonas Vollmeyer, I'm seeing no longer with us. How to put that gently. So that is huge, 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 huge for your leader in the GTE field, and that elevates Lauren Heinrich and Williams Esports into the lead. Your points leaders in the GT class gone.
Wow. Just wow. It happens just like that. We weren't even paying attention to it, Connery, and now it's a recovery drive for Pure Racing Team GT. I put them down with Core Sim Racing GT E1, if not even further back down than that. This is a kick in the teeth for what has been a perfect drive up to that point.
Oh my words. Maximilian Venig and Pure Racing Team GT, they are going to be on the recovery drive then late on in this second half of this race. And Jake, we've seen so many times Pure Racing Team in iRacing special events come from behind to take podiums, to take race wins, but with an hour and a half left from this far back, I somehow doubt it, but Venig and Wollmeyer have surprised us so much before.
They have. Remember, the 24 hours a Daytona, they came from a technical issue very similar to this. We're a lap and a half behind, and through 12 hours, they managed to pull themselves back in and win the event. They have an hour and a half. I doubt they can win this one unless something dramatic begins to happen. The Williams Esports gap is not much, but it is enough to claim safety at the moment. It stands at about 8 seconds at the moment out on circuit. And David, that's enough for Williams to be happy. They've put Lauren Heinrich in for a reason. If anything should happen, he's the guy that gets you out of trouble. He is that good.
Yeah, exactly. What a lesson in persistence for Williams Esports. Recovering from that little punt they received dropped them back a lot of spots, but they didn't give up. They fought and fought and fought, and now look at them currently leading their class. So that's just it teaches you a virtue: never give up. As one of the Pure Racing Team cars goes for a spin on my screen, who's that? It's one of the P1s. I'm having a look. It's Yannick Onjena in the Positive Sim Racing green has gone around in the second chicane.
Oh, and that's a very scary place to have that spin. And just looking at it, it just seemed to me that he had himself a little bit of a moment. Oh, it was all on his own. I don't think he even had contact. He was leading a train of 6, hits the arm code there, which is normally a bit of arm code that never even sees the light of day. But Yannick Onjena from 5th position. I think they've just sacrificed the position to Simitok. They have. Have they to Talk Freak as well? Answer is, I think they just about haven't yet, Connery.
Yeah, they're just currently sandwiched between Simitok and Talk Freak, so only the one position lost there from Positive Sim Racing green, but those are the kind of single car incidents that you just cannot make. As was there a little bit of contact? Yes, there was a little bit of contact.
I believe it was Luke Van Schaik in Thrustmaster Movano Racing.
Well, I think they clipped the curb and had a slowdown, so that's going to be something very interesting. And if Luke Van Schaik's been involved again, that might be the second penalty this afternoon that Movano would have had to have served. And for Luke Van Schaik's team, of course, this is the team that has basically formed out of the old Virgil, I think it was Virgil Racing back at the time. It's a really tough thing. Dioriano Ricciuti comes back in for Positive Sim Racing green as they serve their pit stop. but all of a sudden, this might be very, very laborious for Movano again, Connery.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, they can argue that with the car ahead going over the curb, they weren't expecting them to be so slow in the corner. And, you know, when you're so close coming down into the corner after having the sequence of lapping going on, then it's quite easy to run into the back there. So that's the defense that they'll use. And I think it'll be effective in this case. I don't think the stewards will punish that.
Oh, fantastic battle between the 83 and the 127. This is Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports against Simitok Esport Pyrite here. Niels Hartmann battling hard with Jordan Deschamps, and Deschamps couldn't get it done at the Lesmos. Late on the brakes, but unable to do anything when it comes to the left chicane at Ascari, but picked the run up off the exit, hard to the left-hand side. We'll have to go the long way around at Parabolica, and for the moment, Deschamps has been finding himself in some very, very good positions. He's got the overspeed. Coanda will want to go through. They decide they want to. Also looking is Huisingval trying to go through. That's Ronnie Fantini behind the wheel of that car as he gets past Philip Bauer, and that was full position as well. So Bauer gets caught napping here behind this Deschamps battle. Fantini finds his way through here, David, and all of a sudden we're Noah's Ark for positions.
2 by 2 indeed. It's like a little square of sort of battle for position going on. So Fantini's going to hold it around the outside of the first bit, gets the inside for the second apex of the chicane, manages to just hold on to that from Philip Bauer. Meanwhile, Jordan Deschamps has still just ahead of that Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports car, but they're going to go side by side for what, like the third corner in a row into the second chicane, and Niels Hartmann just drops out of it. But they're in a very, very busy piece of track right now.
Bading, but also you see JJ Newlander lose a position. That was to Max Venig, and Venig is right behind this group, and there's 2 positions wanting in Sim Sailors, Radicals Online, Positive Sim Racing Black, all wanting to get themselves through here in the traffic. And Positive Sim Racing Black, I believe, are in a scrap with that Radicals Online JRT car. So now it's pretty much London buses, pick your lane, and they managed to work it out. Venig gives just enough move as Daniel Pinto and also Danilo Piazza having their scrap with Umashima as well. Very, very interesting little scrap at the moment. So for the time being at least, it comes down. Whoa, they were 3 wide as they tried to get past Dan Beats, and all of a sudden, Sim Sailors get swarmed. Piazza versus Umashima continues, David.
Yes, my goodness, did they use all of the track width there coming into Parabolica, and luckily everyone continues on. But you know, sometimes you've got to be brave and sometimes you've got to be patient, and I think fortune has just favored the brave that time.
It certainly has. Here comes Danilo Piazza down to the inside and doesn't make the move on Kazuki Gun into turn number 1. And Connery, we know just how difficult some of these battles can be. We have seen change for position as well a little bit further up the field as Hellenic have dropped behind Bushwink Pink, and Bushwink Pink are actually stayed with the Luke Van Schaik Frostmaster Movano car at the moment, as through will go said Umashima into the Della Roggia, but really some nice little scraps in the middle of the packs at the moment.
So it feels like Radicals Online and Positive Sim Racing are taking us on a little bit of a tour of the rest of the battles in the other classes as they get these guys disposed of and have to deal with those sorts of situations as they try to manage their own battle as well. But that one has spread out a little bit between Radicals and Positive Sim Racing. I'm having a look at towards where the Sorg Esports car is. Actually, the Pure Racing team car has already made its way through on that one, so that one was done very, very, very quickly indeed, as these battles will continue, especially the one between Movano and Team Bushwink Racing Pink here. They're currently heading their way down the back straight. Sim Sailors will make their way by on the driver's left-hand side. So what can Team Bushwink Racing do then over that Movano machine? Nothing into the Curva Parabolica. This is just where you set up the moves rather than go for them. But there we go, off of the corner. Bushwink have such good traction there, so much better than that Ford ahead of them. They're going to make it side by side down the pit straight.
They certainly are. Out of pit road will come Patrick Wolf as they will just zoom on by. And there was a thought about making the move, but through came the world of sim racing LMP2 car of Ika Estefania, which didn't allow any opportunity for Lewis Goodway to get past Luke Van Schaik. So everyone get your L's out and start talking, because here comes Paddy Wolf, who will go straight by all of them after making that stop. We are officially an hour and 14 minutes away from the end of this event, and a little bit less as well than that. So some fantastic action we've been seeing in the middle of the packs, and we've got battles going on. Not necessarily large, but in all different areas. LMP2 leaders coming as well here, David. That's Ava Vavatic, and Pascal Stix now gets behind the wheel again.
Yeah, Ava Vavatic have definitely led the strategy calls in that P2 field. They were the first team at their first stops to not take tyres. Everyone else took tyres at their first stop and then realised double stinting was the way to go. So Ava Vavatic once again leading the strategy in P2, and I think so far it's worked out for them. But Core Sim Racing PC assume the lead until they have to stop in the 60 laps time.
That's very, very true. So Core Sim Racing, of course, have been extending their stops longer and longer and longer, and they've had with Maxime Pauli trying to get past Lauren Heinrich, who takes a lot of grass to deal with as well, with Matikaida Soja behind in the wings by a good 7-ish seconds or so. So a lot of drivers now just trying to find themselves a bit of space, trying to get around everywhere that they need to. Simacube Inex, for example, came down on the lane last time by. They will be trying to make sure that they have themselves as good of a stop as possible. They're on that alternative strategy, and they're on course for a very, very respectable podium, Connery.
Yes, they are. It would be an absolutely brilliant result for them. But something that I'm just going to mention here that I've noticed in that GTE field is that in all of the battles that we think are close here, and that's going to be the one for P number 3, first master by TX3 and Team GT96. We've got Mivano and Bushvink as well further down the field. The second car in line is just refusing to go for these moves. So it's the fuel-saving game going on right now in GTEs. They're trying to extend this stint very, very far and make sure that final stop is going to be a very, very short one indeed with the fuel.
And David, it comes down to philosophy of driving as well, because I think all these drivers here in this endurance race are going for the low-risk strategy of we can do it in the pit stops. And they are absolutely right. They can.
Yeah, precisely. Last round of pit stops we saw for the GTE cars, they all came down like clockwork exactly after the hour. The little hand was on the 2 and the big hand was on the 12, and the GTEs were on the pit lane.
Yeah, that's very, very true. As now all these vehicles will now try and find themselves a way to find a good battle and a good bit of air, I think, is what they want as well, just to calm down in these later stages. And this hasn't been as dramatic as other races have been for endurance, Connery. I think it's worth prefacing that to begin with, but we have seen some pretty substantial incidents, not ones that have taken out 6, 7, 8 drivers, but the 2 or 3s that have really changed the top end of some of these races. It has been telling.
Yeah, seeing VRS Coanda so far down in that LMP1 class is certainly surprising with that. After they had their earlier issues, we've got Vendaval Sim Racing White further down. We've got those 2 Mivano cars as well from the LMP1 class. So the LMP1 field very, very, very suffering in terms of the retirements, or in terms of the cars way out of position here today, as we've had a LMP1 visitor on towards the lane once again. That's going to be Team 5. Lucas Scott currently behind the wheel of that one. We've had a couple of cars from the LMP1 come down already, but the race leader just actually has come down on towards the lane. That was Pure Racing Team Prototype, and they've got about 3 laps to go, but the car we are waiting for, though, is Team Bushvink Racing Blue. They're currently leading the way, but that is only because they haven't stopped.
And I believe that they may have just come down in on that last lap. No, they haven't, so they have stayed out and they're doing a good job. Matt Farrow behind the wheel. I got a little bit confused with the timing because Simacube Inex, who are 3rd normally and would normally be battling that Bushvink car, they are a lap down compared to the number 22. So Matt Farrow and Bushvink having a really underrated drive at the moment. Farrow, of course, formerly a part of the Blue Flag Racing team. We've got Tom Micklemore, another driver who hasn't really had that much time to shine. This is the coming out party here, David. This is where they say and announce themselves on the scene. Bushwink have great drivers, and Bushwink can challenge an LMP1.
Yeah, they've done a great job with the strategy so far this race. And you remember how Tom Micklemore held off, I think it was Marcus Hamilton. It was a car coming at them much quicker, and just for a few laps, they held on to that position, just battled really, really well. I was impressed by that, and it's that kind of thing that's got them in a contention for a podium right now in what is a very fast and fiercely competitive class, even if some of the other cars around them, like the Thrustmaster Mavanas, like the VRS Coanders, have come unstuck. They've pushed exactly as hard as they can to not get themselves in any trouble, but still show a lot of pace.
Back into the vehicle comes Tom Micklemore as Bushwink make their stop with an hour and 8 minutes remaining here at Monza, as Patrick Wolff will re-inherit the race lead, and we'll hope nothing will happen the same way it happened to Fabrice Cornelis at Spa-Francorchamps and lose the race lead in a dramatic fashion. But for the time being at least, longer stop then by Tom Micklemore, as out of pit road will come Legends Racing White, and also the no-name team with Patrick Richter behind the wheel. I know they've got a lot of support coming. Micklemore then out and away, and it seems that they are in a firm second position, and by firm I mean it's not even funny how firm this second place is.
Yeah, exactly. 22 seconds behind your race leader, about 49 seconds ahead of Simikib in X Racing. That is going to be the sort of secure that P02 is right now for Team Bushwink Racing Blue. So that can be a little bit of a blessing. You know you're not going to have much pressure from behind, so you can go and chase perhaps a race win at the end of this race if Patrick Wolff and your racing team get themselves into a spot of bother. That has happened before. Of course, it could well happen again. But having a bit of a look back to your GT field, I wonder how that battle for P number 3 is going. It is still very, very close, but it's still a case of Team GTE 96 just playing the fuel-saving game behind Thrustmaster by TX3. So these final stops in your GTE field are going to be so interesting, Jay, because of this entire fuel-saving strategy or fuel-saving philosophy that is going on in that field. It's just going to be the case of who has fuel save the best and who's going to get the bigger jump in the pit stops.
But it's going to be very telling. William Esports leading now Williams Ford. Vendaval Sim Racing a second in their Ford, and there was only a good 16 thousandths of a second between them, an absolutely astronomical margin of time between the two drivers. Such was how close they were, but that's going to be telling, because Williams Esports, let's get the last 3 laps then up on your screen. They actually lost a second on the lap before that. So Vendaval are keeping Williams Esports very, very honest in this event. Lauren Heinrich will not have this race easy here, David. He has to work for this one, and he has to keep the cadence up.
Yep, precisely. There's a lot that could change, especially when they come towards their last pit stop in about 5 minutes. The gap that they have over second, third, fourth, it's not a whole lot. No mistakes can be afforded. They can't afford any damage, and you know, they're where you want to be coming into the last hour, but they're not sitting on too big of a cushion.
No, they're not sitting on too big of a cushion at all. And I think that's very, very telling from this team, that they haven't had too much that they've really needed to worry about. Such, though, is the difference in terms of stop strategy in your LMP2 category. You got teams right now like Course Sim Racing and the InSim Sailors who are still yet to come down onto that lane, and if they are very cautious about this, they can just go a little bit further. They may be able to cut this one out in just 2 stops here, Connery, to the end, whereas other teams such as Ava Vivatic have their 2 stops left to go right now. So they are in a really nice position here for some really nice and conserved stops, and this would be where they would be in position, if I can get some words out properly.
Ava Vatek, No Name, Team Bushwink Racing Yellow, Team Hoisingfeld, Thrustmaster Mavana Racing SEO, all actually 1 stops until the end of this race right now, because 5 laps on the Ava Vivatic car, 2 laps on the No Name car. that is going to be rather comfortable to make this a one-stop affair at the end of this race. But Core Sim Racing right now, they are currently 20 and a half laps on their stint, and it's going to be crucial to know when they come down on towards the lane, because if they come down with more than about 45-50 minutes or so to go, that is going to be a danger zone for a splash and dash right at the end of the race for Core.
It is going to be very, very telling, and we've been having a look at that 87 of Team Chimera as well. Of course, they've been on an alternative, well, not an alternative strategy, they've been doing the Chimera strategy, David. They save fuel better than anybody else can, and they are in that sort of realm where Core Sim Racing GTE will worry about a top 5, and maybe even the likes of GTE and Thrustmaster by TX3 have got to maybe think about being worried about where Chimera will come out in comparison.
Yep, exactly. So as I said, we've seen almost every GTE come down just after the hour, but then with the exception of that number 87 car, Ben Tustin behind the wheel right now, they went about 2 laps longer, so they'll have to take 2 laps less of fuel whenever they make their last pit stop, or maybe even less. So how far they stretch that fuel out could worry Core Sim Racing and Kimmo Suominen, could worry Kenny Rusin, and could worry Thibaut Kazabon.
It certainly could. We've just seen Core Sim Racing PC come in, and they'll come back out in 2nd position. And Connery, it's not as simple as what you think with these LMP2 category cars. Remember, they've got the limited fuel tanks as well, which is going to make life just a little bit more difficult on the calculation.
Oh yeah, of course. That one did lapse from my brain a little bit there. So that is going to mean that this one is quite a bit different from what I mentioned with the supposed 45 to 50 minutes. This is going to be quite a bit shorter than that one, but so it makes this race in HPTs just a little bit more interesting now because of that situation. So even Vivatic, they've been so comfortable right at the front of this LMP2 field, but if the strategy does not go their way, then that could spell their doom in terms of trying to get to the front of the field once again and trying to get this race win. But having a look at the rest right now, we're coming very, very close, Jake, to those final GTE pit stops. So that's going to be the main thing we're going to be featuring over the next 5 or 10 minutes.
We certainly will. Got a great battle, though, for 4th position right now in the field, and it's happening now. Here comes Julian Ribelau trying to get past, and there's a check-up for Lucas Gotch as the battling pair of Venig and Chodakis go at it together, and that's going to allow the Simitok Esports Grenat car up into 4th ahead of Team 5, which is due to be name changed to Phoenix Racing Esports. And for Team 5 and Lucas Gotch, it's now going to be a case of he's way too pedestrian with the traffic. Look at Ribelau extend the gap to 3 seconds already, David, just by being aggressive with the traffic.
Yeah, and Gotch had to check it up because the 2 GTEs were side by side. I think that's Lewis Goodway in the Team Bushfink car, and in front of him was Jordan Deschamps, and I'm pretty sure that was also a battle for position in the GTEs. Jordan Deschamps holding on to that one in Simitok Esports right now.
Yeah, all the LMP2 cars will have to come in and pit again with the limited fuel tank. That much we can definitely say is the case, but the question is, how long can they go on their tanks just to go that little bit further? So a change for 4th position, which sees Simitok have a fantastic charge up through the field. GTEs now find themselves on pit road. Out of pit road comes Lauren Heinrich. Out of pit road comes Eduardo Vieira. And Heinrich then the first to blink in terms of the final stops, and he does it right on the hour mark. So now it becomes the case. Matti Kleider Soja, what can you do for Vendaval, Connery?
Indeed, he's going to go the one extra lap here. Going to have almost an issue with the no-name prototype trying to get itself through on them. And this is going to be do or die for Vendaval. Do they decide to come down on towards the lane this time, or have they saved enough fuel to go even one more extra lap here at Monza? We'll just have to see as he heads his way in towards the Curva Parabolica. Another battle where the issue can be decided on the field is that Thrustmaster by TX3 and Team GT96 battle, but Van der Waal will actually stay out the extra lap here. That could be crucial in terms of taking less fuel at the pit stops. What about Thrustmaster by TX3 and what about Team GT96? Do they angle themselves towards pit lane? Thrustmaster by TX3 definitely do, and Team GTE will follow.
Yep, they will both come down in for their final stops. So for Kenny Roosen, for Thibaut Calzabon, they're both going to go through. We're going to monitor this battle going on between Core and Kai Mera as well as Connery.
Yeah, Team GT overshot their pit box. That is a pretty big issue, so this will allow, depending on how the fueling turns out, this will allow Thrustmaster by TX3 to get themselves a little bit more ahead than they were coming down on towards the lane, but it's just going to be how much fuel that these guys take right now. They're going to go up and down on the tracks. You take fuel at the same time as tires here in these GTE machines, so there we go. That one gets done by Thrustmaster by TX3. Their gap has been extended as a result of Team GTE overshooting their box.
It looked to me like Thibaut Calzabon actually took less fuel in his vehicle compared to Kenny Roosen because he was down. They were down on the jacks actually there, David, at a very similar point in time.
Yep, I didn't have my eyes on that one. I was looking at some other stuff, but certainly this is the one stop where if you'd been saving fuel earlier, you'd take less at this stop when the pit window opens, or you could take that gamble and think, you know, just try and shorten this final pit stop and hope that where you fall relative to the overall leader means you don't have to do an extra lap. You can take an absolute gamble at this last stop.
And someone who has no option to gamble at this stage is Team Chimera, because Ben Tusting has been behind the wheel since the very beginning of this event, and they will have to find themselves a new driver to put in that car. Currently, in terms of the drivers that they can throw in, it will be Jamie Wilson, who looks like will be the next driver that they will have to put into that vehicle as and when they decide to come down onto pit road. No other takers as of yet then have hit the lane, but for the time being at least, it's now just a waiting game out on track for drivers to think about, okay, final pit stops are coming out as we do have more takers, Connery.
Yeah, we do. We have the Court Sim Racing GTE machine head themselves down on towards the lane. Still no pit stops for either Team Chimera or Van der Waal Sim Racing Blue in this sort of situation. So that is certainly one to watch. Van der Waal and Team Chimera are going to be able to take a little bit less fuel, but I think we can see that with Chimera with every single one of their stops. But the thing is, they're going to have to do a driver change since Ben Tusting has been in there since the start of the race. Course Sim Racing all lonely on the lane right now. No one else joining them. They'll drop further back through the field. They'll come out behind Team GTE 96. They might even come out behind the likes of Pure Racing Team GT and Simitok. Yes, they do, as they stream by on the pit straight. Same with Glacier Racing. So, and the rest of the cars behind them actually decided to head their way down towards the lane. So Bushring Racing Pink and Hellenic Racing Red, that was a battle going on. They'll actually get themselves pitted at the same time.
You have to remember that because of the technical issues that have been suffered by Pure Racing Team, they are going to have to take a alternative strategy and pit with about half an hour left to go. In comes race leader Matti Kaida Soja for Van der Waal Sim Racing Blue in the most important stop of the race so far for that Van der Waal car, and they will hope they will not have to do any more than they have to. Williams Esports in the 144 machine are making their way through Ascari as things stands, with Laurent Heinrich behind the wheel and proving to everyone once again why he is such an exciting driver to go out there and watch. For Kaida Soja, how has the stop been? He will need the tyres, he will need the fuel, and he'll be hoping that he is within about 4 seconds really to try and push himself into that next level, which is going to put the pressure on that Laurent Heinrich car. Heinrich makes his way down the front stretch as we speak right now, as into pit road comes the Team Chimera car of Ben Tusting. He will hand that over, still in the box. Finally away is Kaida Soja. He had the last box as well, which wasn't going to help, but Heinrich is already by turn number 1 as the power starts to go up, and in fact Kaida Soja is behind the Positive Sim Racing Blue car. Oh, the livery is so similar to the TX3, green and blue exactly the same, but Tusting is in on the lane, David.
Yep, exactly. So that just about rounds up all of our GTE final pit stops. Be very interesting to see where that Team Chimera 87 car comes out as Jamie Wilson goes behind the wheel to take the final stint in that car.
He certainly does, as Wilson now, he's looking to try and get out ahead of the GT96. He's got no chance of that. Of course, Sim Racing GTE1, though, for example, it's got the power down now and is hurtling towards turn number 1, which now Wilson is trying to get up into pace with. It's going to be side by side as they hit the brakes, and Wilson, I think, has just about jumped it in the stop, but now it's a defensive ploy from now to the end of the race, Connery.
Yeah, exactly. That Chimera car has to be the widest Ford GT that you'll ever see to stop Kimmo Suominen from getting back through. So it was a fantastic strategy call to get that move done in the pits, but now it's a straight shoot race all the way until the end now, as Core Sim Racing so good over that chicane, able to close the gap once again to their fellow Ford GT, but still not in position to be able to challenge through the first Lesmo. They will go. They'll be disrupted here by the Team Bushring Racing yellow machine, as that prototype will split them up just for now. But an interesting thing to note though is when Vendaval Sim Racing blue came down in, I would have thought they would have pretty much the shortest pit stop time of everyone in the entire GTE field, but no, they had around about what looks to be about 34.5 seconds on their stop, which is pretty much the same as First Master by TX3, and Williams Esports were actually even faster getting their fuel in the car for the end of the race. So that's an interesting one, despite Vendaval going longer on their stint.
Maybe a miscalculation on the fuel. That won't be helpful as we focus on the number 80 Core Sim Racing GTE car through Parabolica, or Curva Parabolica, which has changed so much over the years. You see the AstroTurf and also the likes of the runoff area that you have used to be all gravel, and it was not a forgiving corner at all, as Suominen now starts thinking about, okay, do I make this move very early on Jamie Wilson, tucked up 0.2 of a second, making the way over to the right hand side, trying to angle for a move, late on the brakes, same vehicles, and through goes Core Sim Racing's GTE effort, and up a position, a good position for Kimmo Suominen there, David.
Yep, exactly. He moves himself up into 8th spot at the expense of Jamie Wilson. Now you've got to ask yourself, can Kimmo Suominen look up at Glacier Racing, maybe grab another spot, and the battle of the Finnish drivers could come into play later in the race?
It certainly could, though, but at the front of your field, it is Patrick Wolf and Pure Racing Team Prototype, as Glacier Racing has yet to come down and make their final stop. That's JJ Newlander, who is behind the wheel. Other drivers who haven't yet come down in, Simitok Pyrite with Jordan Deschamps, and also Pure Racing Team GT with Maximilian Venig. They are yet to come down and make their stops, but it is still Pure Racing Team who hold a 25-second lead over Team Bushvink. In your LMP2 category, you got Ava Vavatic, who hold themselves probably about a 15-second gap at the moment over Core Sim Racing Plus at this stage of the event. So some good work being put in here, Connery, and I feel like the gaps are opening out a little bit, but they're heading towards that final stage of the race, and right now that's some sanctity if they have a margin.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about having that buffer zone to be able to make your strategy work in these final stops. And, well, we've had our first set of final stops for your GTE class. We're just waiting on LMP1 and, of course, that LMP2 field to come down in. And these gaps that might look big in those two prototype classes right now can all become very, very close as the strategies work themselves out in those final stints.
They certainly can work themselves out and get close. We've got some semi-close battles in LMP1. Positive Sim Racing Blacks within about 5 seconds of Talk Freak Racing Sunset. This is Ricardo Schiavon against Chris Fuller at the moment. So Fuller being reeled in. You've also got Radicals Online desperately trying to chase down that gap as well. That's Joseph Burton Harris behind the wheel. He's got himself about 2/3 of a front straight to chase here, David. it's not been the best Radicals Online drive. Started 8th, fallen back to 9th. They've had that penalty, of course, in the early stages, which didn't help the contact with Williams Esports. But that's what's going to be hurting them in this event. They had a great opportunity to get up there and actually get probably 4th position, because you've got teams like Simitok who have gained 9 places here today. Positive Sim Racing Green up 10.
Yep, not quite Radicals Online JRT's day. There's plenty of prototype teams that have had a better day than that. And again, you wonder, what is it about this series where some of those bigger teams that we expect to be on the podium just don't quite put a race together that's worthy of what we see them do in the World Championships and in other series.
It's very, very interesting indeed. Just seen a pass of position as well, just behind Joseph Burton Harris. That was Obsidian Racing in the 85, David Kamara behind the wheel. They've lost the position to Thrustmaster Movano Racing SCO. That was Dion Fiallo behind the wheel of that 63. Next up for Movano will be a loitering and labouring Triton Racing, who have dramatically faded over the course of this event here, Connery. They are right up there in that train with Williams and Vendaval and Thrustmaster by TX3, but they have just dropped back further and further and further, and they have really, really struggled over the course of this day. Kamil Franjak, Piotr Jagodzinski, Marcin Skrzipczak have all been in that vehicle, but Triton really have dramatically faded.
Yeah, and in an event like this, you do really expect more from them. They've been one of those promising teams just lurking in the background for the longest while, getting themselves a couple of fantastic finishes as well. But this weekend, it simply isn't to be right now for Triton. If they finish where they are, they're solidly mid-pack in that GTE field. But for a team with such high ambitions and such skill as well to get them inside those top 3s, top 5s, this is a weekend to forget.
It is not necessarily the best weekend. They do have a battle up in front, though. That's Marcel Fassbender for SimRC.de Crimson. I always have to say that with a bit of vigour. I do love the name, I say every single time. But for the moment, David, Marcel Fassbender has got a hold of Kamil Franjak. A Kamil Franjak who does, when he does apply himself, have an eclectic amount of pace, and you can see here he's using all of the track trying to get everything working together. That gap is half a second, and I think Triton are eyeing up an overtake to gain another position.
Certainly are. Both of these cars, Porsches, both of them came down on the same lap to take service, so it's an out-and-out battle for what will be around 11th or 12th place in category. So right now, as they come down the main straight, Kamil Franjak gets right in the slipstream, looking very, very quick in a straight line. No real defense from the SimRC car. It gives a little lift of the throttle even, and Triton Racing moved through an upper spot, managed to go, they go a little deep into the chicane, but nonetheless, they've made that work.
They just about have. We've got ourselves a great battle in LMP2. This is IMSIM Sailors versus Thrustmaster Movano, 34 versus 43. Daniel Pinto against Philip Bauer. Bauer is looking to try and just battering ram his way through. He needs just a very, very strong overtake. They've got themselves World of Sim Racing team, who are a lap down, just in front of them too, so this is not ideal for them. And the lap trafficker George Gruber for the Talk Freak Racing Radeon car will not be helping matters, so Bauer has got to get past both of them. But the IMSIM Sailors car and of course the Thrustmaster Movano car, they're taking the 2011 strategy of paint design here, Connery, because it is red and black vehicles.
Yeah, it really is, and you know, it's kind of a color combination that's starting to become very common, but dare I say, a little bit boring. I would love to see some other teams go for like bold colors in their liveries, as we've gotten to that point in the endurance race, ladies and gentlemen, where we do talk about the liveries of the cars out there on circuit. But there is still plenty of battling out there on circuit right now, especially for your GTE machines. It's going to be Thrustmaster by TX3 Team GTE, Simitok versus Glacier. We've got Triton versus SimRC as well. So, and these can all be sorted out in, in the final 45 minutes that we have.
And remember that they have to come down in that LMP2 category and make a final pit stop of the day. So just keep that one in mind as they continue to battle out the racing that they have in the final 45 minutes or so. But it has been one of those days for Movano. It's just been a quiet race in that LMP2 category. There's been nothing dramatic about it. Bauer and Tregurtha have worked together. Bauer with a little mistake, though, coming through that second part, or that second chicane, sorry, to Della Roggia, David. And that's allowed Daniel Pinto the opportunity to break away. And the Sailors have gone from strength to strength. Gabriel Pereira got Daniel Pinto. They've got Carlos Daiguez in the background. They used to have Ricardo Ferreira, who's moved on to Odox Motorsport. You've got a very, very strong Portuguese base, which is producing some very, very good GT and LMP talent.
Yeah, exactly. They're doing a pretty good job there of holding off the Thrustmaster Movano racing car, which in 7th place in LMP2 is actually the highest placed Thrustmaster Movano racing car right now, with the problems that they've had in P1 and GTE. Isn't that just shocking to say?
I'm flabbergasted. I've never heard Movano not be inside the top 5 in most series that they do. So that's going to be something they need to work on. JJ Newlander dives down onto pit road. So Glacier finally make their stop. Anti-Turho gets back in behind the wheel. So that will promote a few teams up as they take, not necessarily a splash and dash, but certainly a lighter splash than other teams would in their final stop. And that will drop them back down the order. Still waiting on Pure and Simitok to dive down onto the lane. And we're going to keep ourselves eyes open on the Team Chimera gap at the moment between Jamie Wilson and Kimu Suominen, because that gap is, I think, opening out at a good 1, maybe even 2 seconds a lap if they're not careful. This is bringing Sindre Setsource back into this battle here, Connery.
Yep, it really, really is. Sindre Setsource for Radicals Online, setting 147.7 last time by, compared to Team Chimera's 148.6. So that's 9/10 of a second that has been taken out here by Radicals Online, so they can get themselves further up inside of that top 10 by the time that this race is done. But it's still been a fantastic race so far regardless for Team Chimera, because they are up 12 positions on 17 positions, excuse me, on where they started. So they've got some fantastic race pace. They just need to work on their qualifying for future rounds, but if you can make up those many positions in the race, it matters a little bit less.
Great progress, though, and sometimes qualifying isn't the be-all and end-all. Marty Piatella will tell you all that. It's about how you get yourself to the end of the event. So for them, at least, they understand, get to the end. That's the important thing. In comes Jordan Deschamps then for Simitok Esport Pyrite, their final stop then of the day. And this should put them behind Glacier potentially, as we also see the LMP1 stops coming in as Race for Cat, who have been largely irrelevant for the second half of this race, come out. I also noticed that Ava Vavatic have been down on pit road for a considerable while. I think that 25 car has had a bad day. It's out of the event, David.
Yep, once again, catastrophe for some teams in the P1 field. I'm looking at just how many of them are still on the lead lap. Goodness, it might only be 5 or 6. So Ava Vavatic, not what they want in P1, but in P2, there's still a very, very good chance. That's where they're going to have to focus their attention now.
It certainly is where they're going to have to be attention focusing in this event, as we keep an eye out on where Deschamps is going to come out, as Glacier Racing, for example, are through turn number 1, and Jordan Deschamps is just ahead of them. So that's a jump for Simitok. They've got past Glacier. That's going to be crucial. Now I reckon Pure Racing Team GT is going to get past that, but where they come out in comparison is probably going to be in the middle of Radicals and also Team Chimera. I think that maybe Pure Racing Team are looking to get past Chimera by the end of this event, Connor.
Yeah, that could be it. I'm just having a look. They might even come out behind. Definitely going to come out behind Team Chimera in this situation. They might be dropped back into that battle with SimRC.de Crimson and Simitok Esports Pirate as well. if they're not too careful. So that is going to be a pretty big issue for Pure Racing team to have to deal with. They're going to have to drive their wheels off their wagon, so to speak, to get themselves a good finish here today after their issues just a little while ago with an unfortunate technical issue that did happen to their car that meant they had to take an unscheduled stop. So you know, it is a recovery drive, but how much of a recovery is it going to be for Venik?
How much indeed. Of course, they were completely in control of this event. They had themselves a good 15-second margin over Williams Esports, and bang, it went away. Almost the exact opposite of what happened at the 24 Hours of Le Mans earlier this year, David, when it was the complete opposite. Williams Esports had the big bang of technical issues, and they ended up dropping down positions and out of contention.
Yeah, so swings and roundabouts is sim racing. You've just got to be consistent, persistent, and you know, if it doesn't go well for you one race, you just got to hope that later on it'll come your way. And it's the same within a race with traffic. Sometimes you'll be in a battle and the traffic will take away from you and then give back to you. You've just got to be patient and put your best foot forward.
Certainly do. We're on RaceSpot Radio here, ladies and gentlemen, just for the time being. Got Thibaut Calzabon in the Thrustmaster by TX3, green and blue, against Kenny Roosens in the orange and white in the GTE battle. This is for third as they make their way to turn number one, the Variante del Rettifilio, this right-left chicane, and for the moment at least, Kenny Roosen just comfortable to stay behind at a gap of about 4 car lengths or so. So Kenny Roosen here, Connery, it's a case of waiting game. I'll pick you up on the last few laps and I will work for that position and make you sweat.
Yeah, that is certainly the plan that Kenny Roosen is going to go for here. Because it's one thing to try to pass another car here. You can do it pretty simply down onto the brakes if you go for the outbraking move, maybe down in towards turn number one, but you can get a reply pass done on you pretty easily due to the draft block that we do have here at Monza. So it's going to have to be a late race pass perhaps for Team GTE 96. Although saying that, if Thrustmaster by TX3 do make themselves a major mistake, then that could mean that Team GTE managed to squeak themselves through, but they've got a good deal of traffic hanging out behind them right now that does want a pass on the way through, and Sim Sailor's getting pretty close with it, coming up in towards Ascari, but they managed to get themselves through. Same with Will, the Sim Racing team as well. 3 wide, down the back straight they will go as SimTalk Esports shoot the gap, another 3 wide as these prototypes will continue their lapping procedure all the way down towards Curva Parabolic. I'll just try to describe this in as colourful words as possible since we're still on RaceSpot Radio.
3 wide. And I tell you what, as actually SimTalk Esports say, we go 3 wide twice. It doesn't matter. We're going to come down onto pit road. So that was a little bit dramatic, I think is the right way to say it. But David, with such how high the sausage curbs are here, it just reminds me of what's actually coming to iRacing in the next build, and that is the new Charlotte Roval, which has been built, which was, of course, debuted in the NASCAR, and it was a fantastic track, and actually a fantastic race to watch as well. Not only that, but we've got Super Circuit coming in the brand new build as well. 2 great tracks that are coming up in terms of the iRacing build, and ones which are going to be really beneficial for those looking to try and get into sim racing.
Absolutely, because both of those circuits are going to be free included base content, so all provided free to all new members. So if those are something that excites you, then great, you won't have to fork out extra to have them. And that's also just a great present to all of the long-term iRacing members, just to get a little bit more free content. Always lovely, and I think I'm most looking forward to Tsukuba.
Well, there's been an issue for the Impulse Racing SEO car, which has been having a fantastic race, and they are out of the event. We have pictures once more. This was about 4 or 5 laps ago, so we won't be able to get this one back, but Impulse Racing, they were having such a good run, Connery, and it's all fallen apart in the final hour, and it's just proof once more. This is an endurance race. You race until those 4 hours are up.
Yep, that car retired from this event. Very heavy damage to the front left part of that prototype. They've been in a huge incident, so it seems. So That is very, very unfortunate for a team that was making their way up through the field, making a statement for themselves, but it's going to have to be back of the field for them. Dead last in that LMP2 class, since we've had no retirements from the LMP2 class until now.
Yep, the first one, which just shows you how good the LMP2 field has been here today. They've all kept themselves relatively out of trouble, I think is the way that has to be described. Relatively good driving from them today, and they understand that as much as possible. Final stops now should be coming in for your category of LMP1. We have seen a couple dive in. We are expecting the likes of Patrick Wolf to be making a stop fairly soon. You would feel the likes of Bushfink should go longer. Inex is on the lane as we speak. So Inex making their final stop with 35 minutes ago as Pure Racing Team make their final stop of the day here, David.
Yeah, exactly. So once again, Team Bushfink Racing's going to go longer. And that's really about the battle between them and Simicube Inex Racing. At the moment, I think the gap Pure Racing team have, and Patrick Wolf has, is enough that they don't need to worry about the pace from Team Bushfink. But, you know, second and third in that category, Team Bushfink and Simicube Inex Racing. What a great race again for those guys.
Oh, I have to agree. I think Inex has been a team that has always been on the fringes, has been a podium-filling team, has been a top 3, top 5 sort of contender, has struggled for wins, but a third here is pretty well deserved by their standards, and Bushfink have really turned up and thrown the cat amongst the pigeons and gone, no, we can do this LMP stuff. Don't you worry about that, as actually out of pit road will come Team Bushfink Racing Yellow, Fraser Williamson, a good friend of ours here at RaceSpotTV, who has actually got his Bushfink car into 4th in that category. So there's been some good battlings. Ava have made their final stop as well for LMP2. So the final stops here, Connery, are happening. So now it's a case of Core need to make sure that they've got next to no fuel in the car compared to the likes of No Name as well, who also need next to no fuel.
Yep, exactly. Could make all the difference, and I'm very, very happy to see Bushfink Racing actually being this far up their respective fields. Yes, they are a very, very big team with a lot of drivers, but the sense of community in that team is absolutely incredible and just wills them on to do so much more. And if they're running like this in the Sports Car Open, then they have a very bright future ahead of them if they decide to put 100% effort in.
David, can you name all 87 members of Team Bushfink Racing? Because I can't.
I can name about 3. Oh no, maybe 4, because I support Timu Toika number 46.
Oh, he just shows the relevant ones, says Randy. Oh, that's a little bit close to the collar, shall we say? But right now, Tom Mickelmore
I mean the
leads
ones that are in this race.
The ones in this race, he says. Okay, but Tom Mickelmore for the moment, though, leads this one, but of course he's due to come down and make his final stop of the day. We still wait for Team 5 to come down because they were in that battle with Simitok Esports, who are in 6th. I expect them to pick up the position. In fact, actually, they've just lost a position, actually, to the Radicals Online JRT car. So Julian Ribelau, really not finding a good lap here, because Radicals, who are yet to come down and make their final stop, Joseph Burton Harris, Connery, has found a way through and actually comes onto the lane.
Yep, gets that pass done, instantly diving down to get their final pit stop service done, and that's going to drop them back through the field somewhat here in that LMP1 field. So still not exactly the world's greatest finish on for Radicals Online at this moment in time, as Joseph Ben Harris will get his car stopped in the box. He's going to stay in the car, it looks like, until the end of this race as well.
Yep, very, very telling right now as they have themselves their final stop. Radicals Online, they should come out in a pretty good position, but it hasn't been the most amazing day by their standards, trying to develop up a few of their drivers for the LMP project. Had such an amazing start to the year, though. They did, David, winning at Sebring, winning at Daytona. We thought for all the world that Radicals were back and they were going to be right up at that top level, but ultimately it has slightly faded for them this year, and from a good start, it's been... it's all right.
Yeah, winners of round 1 in this sports car open, and now not the race they would have wanted. Where positions are right now in your P1 category and looking at the points standings, I think Team Bushfink Racing, if they even get just 3rd place in this race, will come out as your points leaders in P1, just on consistency alone.
And on that consistency, you have to remember, championships are built on consistency. And if you were watching the iRacing Esports Network and took part or saw the V8 Super Trucks as me and Connery did last night, consistency, if you're Marco Mogren, was one of the reasons why Radicals took a championship in the V8 Super Truck Series. But still, Thibaut Carzabon under pressure here from Kenny Roosen, because Kenny wants to apply pressure. They've got Max Venig just behind them as well, but he has to come down and make a final stop. For the moment at least, Kenny is thinking about position.
This is where he has to at least be thinking about where and when he wants to make this move inside the final half an hour of this race. He's just been sitting behind right now. He's just been biding his time. And, you know, depending on how his stop turned out, he might be saving a little bit of fuel, but I think he'll be good, very, very good till the end right now of this race. Red Legends Racing following themselves through this first Lesmo. Gotta be careful on the exit of the corner there. Sometimes you do see those GT cars running into the back of prototypes as the prototypes take themselves a more compromised line into the corner, which means they're slow on the entry. That means that GTs can just find their rear diffuser. But that thankfully wasn't the situation that we saw there in that lapping procedure. We've had a couple more LMP1s then decide to head their way in. Team 5 and UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black getting their last pit stop service of the day done. They're still waiting for Team Bushfink Racing Blue and of course that Team Chimera number 24 car.
And crucially, Team 5 are back in front of the Simitok eSport car. Julian Ribelau, with the poor laps that he's had, it's going to be very, very telling, because they've got to get back and got to get some positions. So all of a sudden, Team 5 back in that 4th place, and they will be very happy in the number 5 Team 5 car there, David, as they now start thinking, okay, time to build some momentum.
Yep, Team 5 looks alive. No tyres at that pit stop, just fuel. So it was a rather quick stop. I don't think the cars behind them, Simitok Esports or UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black, took tyres at their last stops either. So just very close racing, and now it's going to be all on the speed of Lucas Gotch if they can grab 4th position.
Well, they've got a little bit of traffic to deal with. This is Chodakis versus Kamara, and this one is for position. So it's a little wiggle there from Giannis in the Omen car, and straight by will go a certain Lucas Gotch, and he will take a position, or take both of them away and try and extend the gap, which now looks at 3 seconds at the moment between them. So he'll be happy with that, but for the moment at least, it seems, Connery, that it's just a case of just keep you calm, keep you cool, and you'll be able to run the race the way that you'll be able to want to.
Yep, exactly. Meanwhile, we have some news in your LMP2 class. Your race leader for the past while, Core Sim Racing Prototype, have decided to make their final stop in this race, and they did not take tyres on their stop either. 20 seconds stationary on the lane. And they're going to have to take a little bit more fuel than what Eva Vavatic are going to have to in their splash and dash. So with the gap standing around about what looks like 13 seconds between them on track right now, I think when Eva Vavatic pit, Core will still come out ahead, but Eva Vavatic, you know, the gap will be much smaller when they come out.
And Ava, of course, won in round number 1, and they're looking to go back-to-back on victories, and would actually be the only team so far to continue our 100% winning record if things stay like this. And even with the no tyre call from Maxime Pauli, they are still behind by 7, 8, 9 seconds, so it's not going to do them any favours. It just gives them more consistency against the no-name team in the number 40. David, it's almost as if they went for something, it didn't pay off, and now for the last 20 minutes or so, or 25 minutes, they've just got to sit and hold on old tyres, which can be very dangerous and risky to do.
Yep, like we said earlier, hot track, 43 degrees. If you were there at Monza today, you'd want to have a nice deck chair, a nice umbrella, maybe a cocktail or two. So those tyres aren't having anywhere near that relaxing of a time. The only thing that's going to get Core Sim Racing PC is if maybe it puts the pressure on Ava Vivatic. What's your thoughts, Connery?
Right now, I think with the stint lengths that we've seen from the LMP2 class, I think Ava Vivatic might be okay to go to the end of the race here. They've got 8.7 laps on their stint right now. They've got what looks to be around about 14 and a half laps to go, so certainly less than 20 if my quick maths is correct. So
yeah, I think they're both fueled to the end.
Yeah, they're both fueled to the end. So Ava Vivatic then, they have the 12.5-second gap to work with, then they don't have to come back down on towards their lane. So that changes the complexion of this battle for the podium positions in your LMP2 class a little bit right now. No Name a little bit too far back in P number 3 to be able to challenge Core Sim Racing. It's just now Core, what can they do on all the tires? I think it's just going to be a chase in vain, as that gap has already been extended up to 13.5 seconds. So I don't think this is going to work for Core unless Ava gets held up massively.
We've just seen Bushfink come down and make their stop, and look how close they are compared to Pure Racing Team. They've done well. They've done surprisingly well. They're within 5 seconds right now of PRT. Tom Micklemore has come down in and made that final stop, and what a great splash and dash this is to stay within 5 seconds of Pure Racing Team. It should extend, but if things stay like this, Bushfink Blue are championship leaders heading to the halfway race of the season at round number 3 here, Connery.
Yep, it would be an absolutely brilliant result, and if you said to me before the season started that in LMP1 Team Bushfink Racing Blue would be leading the championship, I would have laughed, to be completely honest, because you have the likes of Pure Racing Team in this LMP1 field. You have Movano as well, and so many other teams that can get those podium positions. But Team Bushfink Racing Blue really taking this entire series by the horns, and they could be a championship contender at the end of the season, for all we know, if they can keep this consistency up.
Oh, they certainly can be, and that's going to be a very, very telling factor in the long and the short. Williams Esports, if things stay like this, should take the championship lead away from a certain Pure Racing Team GT, who have made their final stop. They are behind the Radicals Online car of Sindre Setsor, so Venig with work to do if he wants to even catch the Team Chimera car down the road doing 48.3s. Setsource did a 48.1 and is struggling. I think Venig could come back into this one here. If we see the amount of pace that he's had to lead this race and pull away, I think that maybe they can walk out of here with 6th place. And for Pure Racing Team, David, I'd have to say that's pretty good job from leading to come out of here with the issue that they've had to still have 6th.
Yeah, exactly. A situation, I assume, out of their control, costing them what must have been the better part of 3/4 of a lap or some. And with 20 minutes to go, the gap that they are behind Radicals Online, behind Team Chimera, you would not in your wildest dreams put it past Maximilian Venig to move up the track and get past those drivers.
It's clear that Sindre Setsource isn't catching, but Venig potentially could. 47.8 from Max Venig. It was a 47.9 from Sindre Setsource, and for Jamie Wilson, a 48.3. So half a second lopped off there by Venig, 4/10 by Sindre Setsource. So now it's just the waiting game in the long stages. I think Jamie Wilson, if he can keep up these low to mid 48s here, Connery, I think he's safe for 6th.
He could well be. We have 20 minutes left in this race, 11.5 laps to go by my reckoning. That is the time that Jamie Wilson has to use now to make sure he does secure that P number 6, but he has quite a couple of cars that will like to steal that away from him, Radicals Online and Pure Racing Team GT. But the difference being here is that if Pure Racing Team actually get to Radicals Online before Radicals Online get to Chimera, they'll actually slow each other down battling and allow Team Chimera a little bit of space to breathe ahead.
That's very, very true. Kenny Roosten, though, He's got bored, David. He's decided he wanted to get past Thibaut Calzabon, and he's got past and just run away from him. He got bored of seeing that blue and that green just in front of him.
Yeah, after a long enough time staring at the back of that Ford GT, all you can see is the pig from Angry Birds, so I don't blame Kenny Roosen getting on past, getting by, and coming out of the Parabolica on the last lap. There was a few lapped cars between them that helped Kenny Roosen build that gap. It's now more than a second. I reckon he might well have broken the draft, and he's looking properly pacey for what would be a pretty good podium position for Kenny Roosen and Team GTE 96.
And ironically, you're not wrong with that analogy, and I congratulate you on that because that's genius.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. But for the moment, at least, the gap at the front of your GTE field has been extending. Lauren Heinrich has been pulling away from Matti Kaidasoja, 47.7 from the Finn, from the German, 47.8. So it has been equal over the course of that last lap, and Williams has been doing some very, very good jobs of keeping themselves in play. In fact, the lap comes in a 48.3 from Kaidasoja, so dropping a little bit of time. And
Williams Esports contact with one of the prototypes trying to head their way through. That's the Inertia Sim Racing Corsac car. It's only a bit of door banging coming through the Rettifilio chicane, but that is not the scary moments that you need as a class leader coming into the final 15 minutes.
Oh, no, it's not. And that was a big little bump there, which will just be a hello at the moment from Jonas Vastamaki. But Heinrich knows he can't afford too many more of them. He's got to be extra cautious, and that's the thing. It may not even be his fault that he could lose the race, and that's what endurance racing is. Sometimes you have no control over what happens, David.
Yeah, Confucius says that, Sun Tzu spoke about the art of war.
Oh, hello.
And, yes, what do you see?
Slow car, it's Ava Vavatic, Jurian Gronen crawling to pit road, but do go on with your Tzu reference.
And to say, again, Ava Vavatic, the P1 car, their P2 car continues to lead, so no worries for them if you're Ava Vavatic tuned in. No, I'm not sure where I was going with the art of war, but, supreme excellence is to win without fighting.
Well, that is very, very true, and that's why people look to try and make the moves in the pit stop phase, so that you could say is supreme excellence in terms of that. But Connery, we've been keeping our eyes out on some of these late battles. We've still got the Lewis Goodway battle going on with, well, actually now it's the Barry Morrison battle going on with Dion Fiallo. It seems that Movano haven't given up, but they haven't got much left in the proverbial tank.
Well, they're going to get held up by Team Huizinga through the first chicane. A little bit of lost time resulting in that one, and even on the previous lap they lost a couple of tenths of a second to Barry Morrison as well, so not looking good right now for that 63 car, but they still have a good amount of time to work with here, with 9.5 laps to go for them as they head their way through the first and of course the second Lesmos here. But meanwhile in GTE, Superior Racing Team GT within a second of Radicals Online, and this is exactly what Team Chimera wanted further down the road, for these guys to battle and let them get away. Exactly, and David, you had an ooh.
Nope, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? Someone had an ooh. I heard an ooh somewhere. Well, apparently there was a good back crack from Randy Chen, so that's where we found our ooh. But Maximilian Venig then having a great little scrap then with Sindre Setsource, and now here's where you make the money. It's Radicals versus Pure, and Venig is hoping to get by as quickly as possible, and I wonder how many strings attached. Little lock of the brakes at the Ford as he looks to try and get past the Radicals Online Ferrari. What's the differences, David, then, between Ferrari and Ford and GTE?
Well, you can go and buy an amateur Ferrari GTE, but currently Ford don't have customer sales of their Ford GTE. Oh, he goes very late on the brakes. My goodness, Maximilian Venig nearly giving a little tap there. And that's cost him just a couple car lengths, but it just shows how good he's being under brakes. And One thing I think maybe is the difference around this track between those two models of car, I feel like maybe the Ferrari handles the curbs a little bit better through Ascari. Overall, they are relatively balanced. Maybe the Ferrari gets off the corners a little bit better. That Ford is a very low car and maybe just a teeny bit less draggy, as now they're separated by a P2 car.
They certainly are, and that P2 car belongs to Scott McGarvey and SRN Motorsports. They've had a horrific day's worth of racing. They've had penalties galore, and they've been thrown back in the pack to second to last currently in their field. So they'll keep an eye out on that one then, as the racing acumen heads itself towards the end of this event, the final 15 minutes, and it's not a guarantee here for the Pure Racing Team prototype. Yes, 5.6 seconds, but they've had a lot of traffic to deal with, and Tom Micklemore has just kept himself just within touching distance if anything were happening to Paddy's number 7. That gap has actually massively increased over that lap to an 8.1 second advantage. It was a 1:32.2 from Patrick Wolff, and that is a substantial 1:32.2, which says benchmark Connery.
Yeah, exactly. Patrick Wolff doing what Patrick Wolff does at the front of fields. It's absolutely fantastic to see a driver of such caliber just start to eke out and start to
fourth and fifth are side by side in P1.
Yeah, I just spotted that one. That's going to be the Simitok Esports car with team number 5 through the Ritzvelu chicane. Team 5 going to come out on top, gains the position up in towards P number 4.
Well, Simitok at the moment couldn't hold on, and Julian Ribelau sees Lucas Gotch come through, and now he's got to hope that Gotch is not as brave as, or certainly is as brave as he was earlier, and that is timid with lap traffic, because it seems that Ribelau is getting the worst end of the stick as the moment continues. Ribelau seemingly has nothing for Lucas Gotch, and the Austrian pulls away and gets himself up into 4th position. Not much chance of catching Simacube Inex. That is a difference of about half a lap at the moment, but for Simitok, a top 5 I think they'll still take, but I still think that 4th position could be on the cards if they just rally their troops and get back together here, Connery. Car off, yes, that's SimRC.
SimRC.de Crimson running mid-pack in that GTE field. Gonna have to be dropped back a little bit further than that after they have a spin through the Ascari. Contact with Inertia Sim Racing Corsac, and that is the second time in the past couple of laps that Inertia Sim Racing have gotten themselves involved in terms of a car that's in a different class, and also so that is a little bit of a concern for them. Maybe they'll incur the wrath of the stewards, because this is behavior that we're seeing on a consistent basis.
Well, the Porsche got loose, and I think that Inertia really ran out of road, so I'm not sure that anything will happen to Jonas Vastamarki. I thought they would just ran down into a channel, which it's made to look like it's potentially their fault, but there has been a change of position. Max Vennig has found his way through on Sindre Setsos. It took just a little bit over a lap. That was down into, well, it was even before the Resfilio. Such was the ability of making that move. Was it a mistake potentially by Sindre Setsos? I continue to look back, and it was a mistake actually. It was some fantastic work from Vennig coming out of the Della Roggia to go and make the move, because it was just almost as if there was a missed gear potentially there by a certain Mr. Sindre Setsos, or even a slowdown, which has cost him the position. And David, that's a gift for a certain Mr. Vennig. It's clear that Jamie Wilson's next on the list, a second taken out the last lap.
Yep, the Pure Racing Team GT recovery continues up into 7th, looking at 6th, and with 10 minutes to go, how far away is even P5?
Well, P5 I think is a little bit too far out of reach. That Core Sim racing car is right down the other end of the first corner, so that's certainly to keep an eye out on. The battle for P3 and GTE is closed back up again as Calzabon and also a certain Mr. Kenny Rusin get back at it together once more. So Thrustmaster by TX3 finding second win. That gap between Pure and Chimera that last time by came down another 0.7 of a second. So that's enough here for Vennig to say I reckon I could get to the back of Team Chimera come the end of this. It'll be touch and go, Connery, but my goodness, we've got some great battles coming towards the end.
Yeah, he certainly has the pace, but here comes the move, potentially for Thrustmaster by TXT. Do they decide to go for it coming through Ascari? No, they'll decide to bide their time. They've still got 9 minutes remaining in this race to be able to make this move over that Team GTE 96 machine. They have a bit of traffic behind as well. That's actually your overall race leader making his way through, Patrick Wolf. But it seems like that Thrustmaster by TX3 car has such good traction off the corners, I think. I actually don't want to say it because of how much the Team GTE car has been sitting behind that Thrustmaster by TX3 car. So I wouldn't say it's a fuel issue. I think it's just more of that for GT having a bit better straight line speed and also a whole lot of slipstream to work with. They're going to go for the move then down in towards the red Tefilio chicane. Is going to be pinched towards the inside. Is that Thrustmaster by TX3 car side by side with Team GTE down in towards the first chicane. The Ford will get the position and secure the position on the exit as well, Jake.
Not much you can do there in that situation, and that was very, very good work. And I think Positive Sim Racing Green have just run into issues in LMP1 because they've had technical issues, and they are dropping themselves right back down the order. A shame.
Oh, here we go again.
Stopping. And here we go again. You're absolutely right there, Connery, as they battle. Very, very close they go into the Della Roggia. It's a slowdown penalty potentially there for Kenny Roosten. I didn't quite catch my eye on it. I was still trying to find out what happened to the Positive Sim Racing cars. But
yeah, Kenny Roosten's went in very, very deep on the brakes, locked it up, cut the chicane, and I have to assume that some kind of slowdown penalty there. He's coming back now, though. Yeah,
he served the penalty. He served the penalty on the brakes, and he's done that very, very astutely. He will look to come back. I've just knocked my headphones out of my jack, but look at this. Here comes Kenny Roosten, looking to go to the outside to try and make the move here. Over the curbs goes Calzabon. Still just enough room given. Little bit of a bump between the two, and Kenny gets his man and runs a bit wide for measure. That was a sensational battle between two hard-fighting men there, Connery.
Might just has to be so careful with these slowdown penalties, especially, and also with the instant points as well. Of course, remember there is an instant limit in force for your classes here today. But right now, Team GT 96, they just have gotten themselves ahead. They've gotten themselves a pretty secure, or at least half secure, position number 3 at the moment. But that, of course, is pending steward investigation as well, because I don't think that flurry of activity that we just saw was exactly clean.
It wasn't clean, but it was still some good battling. We've also got Sim RC versus Team Bushfink going on in your GT3 category. This one a little bit further down as Barry Morrison now under pressure from Marcel Fassbender, who has lost the position on this lap, but will look to try and get that back potentially into Ascari. Won't be able to do so on the brakes, but this is turning into one of those races, Connery, where you have to say that no matter where you've looked, there is something to smile about in terms of action.
Definitely is, especially in this GTE field. The battle for the final podium position. Drive-through penalty for the number 59 car. That is Inertia Sim Racing Corsac. They did get a penalty for their various bits of contact with cars in the GTE class, and that is not how you want to finish your event.
No, it's not, and they will have to serve that PDQ if they want to get anything to happen. Calzabon has not gone away, though, for Kenny Roosten for the final spot on the podium. They know what they need to do, and they've been racing very, very astutely so far in this race, and they want to get that podium to say, you may be the new core sim racing boys, but Thrustmaster by TX3, we're here to make a name for ourselves here at SCO. Parabolica for them, a little wide potentially there from the Ferrari. As we know, the Ford has been very, very good in that slipstream. Again, cutting that line very tight is a certain Mr. Ferrari boy, Kenny Roosten. Here comes Calzabon once more, closing that gap down. Is he thinking of a late move down the inside? He thinks better of it this time, but he has not many opportunities left. Probably 3 or 4 if he wants to make it happen, as there is a waiting Greek freak trying to get through there, David, of Pasturgis.
Yep, VRS Coanda still out there circulating in the P1, a couple laps off the lead, and they sail by this battle for third position in GTE. This is one to watch. Don't go anywhere in the last 5 minutes, because up and down our different categories, and especially in the GTE, there is battles that will not be decided until the run out of the Parabolica with the checkered flag in the air, and this is one of them.
Let's just keep an eye, though, further down, because Pure Racing Team have found Team Chimera under 2 seconds. So now the battle for 6th, the championship leaders, and arguably the favourites for this title, now start closing the gap back down once more here, Connery. And Jamie Wilson now is hoping that timer expires before Venig gets there. But he's not having much hope. There's 4 minutes left now on the clock, because Pure Racing Team are storming around the circuit, and that's going to mean about 3 laps left.
Yep, it is. Have Radicals Online bought Team Chimera enough time cut back, though, to the battle for P number 3, because it looks like it's going to be on between the First Masters by TX3 and that Team GTE 96 car. So close, nose to tail then, coming through the curve of Parabolica. This is going to be a situation now where Thrustmaster by TX3 have not a lot of time left. 3 laps to go as they head their way across the line. Looks to the inside then, coming down towards the Rettifilio. Kenny Rusens will pinch this so much down towards the inside, not going to give a lot of room to Kazu Bon as he gets himself onto the brakes, then down in towards Rettifilio, and Kazu Bon gets that pass done once again, but doesn't have the speed on the exit. Kenny Rusens will take the fight all the way to Curva Grande.
Oh, this is lovely battling between them, and the GTE knows that they want to get through. Rusens, the new core boys, pinching again to the inside, now turns to the outside for Calzabon. He's got to be brave on the brakes. He isn't. Kenny gets it back as he goes through, but look at Calzabon, nose to tail as they make their run to the Lesmos. They know they don't have any worries behind from Core Sim Racing, and a little look at Lesmo 1 he can't find. Thibaut Calzabon is trying every which way to get past Kenny, but Kenny don't give up. Kenny don't move for nobody at this stage. We've got ourselves 2.5 minutes left to go. 2 laps of racing, 2.5 for these boys. This is fantastic. Let's look back very, very quickly to that Pure Racing Team car, and it looks pretty grim for the Chimera team here, David, because they have been caught.
Yep, you see a driver like Max Venig in your mirrors getting bigger. I'd rather be in Jurassic Park. The pressure will be huge on Jamie Wilson.
Oh, you bet it will, because we're keeping an eye out as well, and when the white flag comes out for Pure Racing Team, it should be a white flag come the line back to Thrustmaster and GTE, because now look at this, Thibaut's got it on the other foot. Look out, through goes the race for car of Julia Proge, who doesn't take any worries. Also going through is Ronnie Fantini for Team Hoisenfeld to the outside now. Calzabon's going to have to do it at the Rettifilio, and again late on the brakes is Kenny Rusin, chops the nose off through turn 1. Small slide on the curb as well as they battle, and more will have to come through. World of Sim Racing, Simicube Inex will have to find their way through now with a lap and a half to go. Connery, this is fantastic.
And here comes the battle, Pure Racing Team versus Team Chimera then on the way down the pit straight. They will have to go. The overspeed will go slightly in the favor of Pure Racing Team GTE at this moment in time. Battle of the late breakers then into the Rettifilio. Venig on the outside will become the inside for the second. Apex squeaks his way through. I think that one's going to mean that that one is pretty much done. No rear end traction to that Team Chimera car as we look back towards that Thrustmaster and Team GTE battle.
A white flag is out. It is the final lap then of this event, and it will be a lap and a bit for Calzabon and Kenny Rusin. So now pick your moment, Thibaut, as he looks to go to the inside. Don't go to the inside. Very close between them. May just switch back to the outside. I was losing a little bit of my picture feed, but there Calzabon holding on to things just for the moment, trying to find the one place to make sure Kenny doesn't make the move. My phone goes off because someone wants to ring me. That doesn't matter at this stage. You're not important. But now look at Calzabon going to the outside as he looks to try and make the move. move for the moment at least. He's trying it at Parabolica. Can he go around the outside?
Oh.
Having this contact between the two, they hold it together. This is some fantastic work between the two as the white flag will come. Here comes Patrick Wolf, who will round Parabolica himself and pick up a big victory for Pure Racing Team. Redemption for Spa-Francorchamps. We look forward to Calzabon, still too wide with Kenny Russo.
Oh,
Contact
my
between the
God.
two into turn number 1, and still Kenny holds on, runs deep, goes the tail, and round he goes, up and over. Calzabon decides that he's going to wait for it to go. Kenny stuck on the curb a little bit as they continue on. We look further back for next victors, and we're going to look for Core Sim Racing PC, who I think have stolen it from Pascal Stix. What happened there? Core Sim Racing has stolen one in all of that. We'll have to take a look back at it. Lauren Heinrich, though, is a good way to go, and they're still going off at Curva Grande as well. Oh my word, Kenny is damaged to there and back. Calzabon will take the podium then as he will crawl it home. We now take a look back at what happened between
Late
Ava and
splash
Core.
of fuel for Ava Vavatic number 39.
Oh, no.
They had 3 laps to go. They had to take some extra fuel. So that long extending stint, that fuel save from Core Sim Racing PC and Maxime Pauly gets them the win, and Ava Vavatic cannot make it back-to-back wins.
Wow. Ava throw it away on the fuel. They were 3 laps short, and that is very telling. But my goodness me, what a finish to this event. It was downright dirty towards the end. Williams Esports come across and take the win in your GTE category, and a deserved win for Lauren Heinrich and Williams Esports. They fought back so hard in this event. But let's get classified results up on your screen. This is how things finish here from a dramatic Monza. Your racing team have done it. 12.3 seconds in the end over Team Bushfink Racing Blue with a sensational drive of their own. Simakube next, the last car on the leading lap, in 3rd position, rounds the podium. Simatok Esports take 4th with Team 5, the number 5, in 5th, which is about as poetic as it gets. Positive Sim Racing Black drop positions in the championship with a 6th place finish. Radicals as well go to 7th, which might just be enough to hold them very close in the championship battle. Chimera finished 8th with Talk Freak 9th, and Positive Sim Racing Green running into technical issues to round out the top 10. LMP2, it was the fuel save, the most dramatic thing that you can see. Wasn't enough for Ava Vavatic. Core Sim Racing take that one. Ava finished 2nd with No Name in 3rd. Team Hoisingveld take 4th with Bushfink Racing Yellow in 5th. InSim Sailors finished 6th with Legends Racing in 7th. Thrustmaster Movano Racing SCO in 8th with World Sim Racing 9th, and Inertia Corsac with a penalty rounding out the top 10 with the likes of Talk Freak Skyline, SRN and Legends White running into play. Ava Vavatic crashed out with 17 to go, but it was Williams Esports who had to recover from a spin in the opening hour to get back to the top, and they did so, but they needed a bit of help to work. Vendaval Sim Racing Blue finished 2nd. Thrustmaster by TX3 will take 3rd, but in controversial circumstances. I'm sure the stewards will look at that after the race with Team GTE 96. Core Sim Racing GT1 finished 5th with Pure Racing Team on the final lap of their race, taking 6th away from Chimera. They had the lead, but technical issues ran them into troubles. The likes of Radicals Online, Triton Racing, Glacier, the likes of SimRC.D, Crimson, Hellenic Red, Obsidian, Zenith, Talk Freak, all having okay races. Coanda struggled. They finished 22 laps down, but finished the race. Same for Impulse and Race for Cat. But vehicles that failed to finish today are the likes of the Thrustmaster Movano car, Vendaval Sim Racing White, the other Thrustmaster Movano car, so both Evers and Carla running into issues. Team 97, Core Sim Racing GT2, and the Secret Hyper Divas. We're going to step aside, though, here on the iRacing Esports Network. When we come back, post-race coverage here from Sports Car Open 2 here at Monza. What a race we have found.
Once again, photo finish here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Would it be Tim Hogan? It's going to be Christopher DeMerrick at the line.
Does it get any more interesting than this? Sure, all 3 victories were very, very paint by number. But my goodness, what great racing. We've managed to find ourselves here at the circuit of Monza. It has delivered again on the iRacing Esports Network here. Brought to you by RaceSpotTV. That's David Haynes, Connery Maddock, and of course Jake Sperry here in the commentary booth. Connery Maddock standing by with your race winner in prototypes, and that was Patrick Wolf.
Yeah, we'll get Patrick Wolf into the commentary booth right now. It is a race win in LMP1 for Pure Racing Team. How was it out there today, Patrick?
In the beginning it was pretty tough because we had to do kind of a setup trade-off, because we knew if we go the same route as everyone else, we wouldn't be able to beat them. So we took a little gamble and raced on high downforce instead of low downforce. So in the beginning it was a bit tough, but once the first round of traffic hit, that all kind of balanced out. And then after the first pit stop, when I was chasing back Inex and Bushfink, that was a bit tough as well. But overall, I had more of a quiet race.
Going with a high downforce setup at Monza, that is certainly an unorthodox unorthodox thing to do to your car, but it did seem to work out very, very well for you guys here today. Gap was about 12.5 seconds back to Team Bushfink Racing Blue, and well, the rest of your challengers, the rest of your main challengers in that LMP1 class had major issues early on. We had VRS Commander SimSport would drop out. We've had both of those Movano cars also have issues as well. When you see those cars drop out, does your confidence start to grow that you'll take this race win because all of your main competitors are out?
No, because there so much can happen in a race, especially at Monza, especially with those LMP1 cars. And I was never sure that we would win until like 10 minutes to go. And that's when I also started letting off a bit with the pace, and yeah.
How big is this win for you? Because we saw at Spa with Fabrice Cornelis having his huge instant coming through Eau Rouge and Radion. How important was this race to you to get your championship back on track?
Of course, it was really important for us to win today. Also, with our competitors struggling, with our main competitor struggling a lot, that puts us back into the championship perspective. And now we have to deliver at the Nürburgring and at Kota, and then we'll see where we'll end up with 2 races to go.
Yeah, because it is a very, very short season here in the Sports Car Open, and you could argue that it does leave not much room for error, shall we say. Is there any difference how you approach a short season as opposed to a long one?
No. We pretty much approach every season the same. We just try to get our car set up correctly so we can run it at the highest pace throughout the whole race. And then we also try to be as careful as we can be in the traffic. It doesn't matter if it's a long season or a short one. And yeah, the preparation is pretty much the same.
Okay, then is there any shoutouts you want to give before we move on here, Patrick?
Yeah, shoutouts to our sponsors, Usher Racing, Otto Wallmeyer, and Spuzu, and of course Pure Driving School. Also shoutouts to Mark, who jumped into the car, I think on Wednesday, because Fabrice was unable to race today. And yeah, of course, shout out to the whole team. I think we all did a pretty good job today. Was a bit unfortunate with our GTE car having a disconnect, and yeah.
I'm sure your GTE effort will recover from that one, but Jake, Patrick Wolf, PRT getting their first win of the season here at Monza.
They certainly are. Another team that got a victory at the expense of that was Williams Esports. Lauren Heinrich joining us. Lauren, a big victory, especially considering what happened in the early stages with the Radicals online car. Just talk us through what happened with Niels in that incident.
Yeah, hi. We started P5 and Niels got spun by an LMP1 early in the race in the last corner of the circuit, and then we thought, oh, 20 seconds, we're not gonna catch them. But yeah, then we had great pace and also had a bit of luck with the PRT disconnect. Strategy was good, so in the end we found ourselves in P1, but we weren't sure if it was one more lap, so I had to save so much in the last stint. I had to lift at 300 meters, so it was quite painful, but the result is amazing.
The result is amazing, and Williams Esports moving from strength to strength, having that ability to attack on multiple platforms with the big ability of having the backing of Williams behind it. Just how important has the dynamic of keeping the Hosingveld Core Motorsports name or the team of drivers back behind that team, how important has that team mentality been for these endurance style races?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. We could immediately start to push because we knew each other already from Hosingveld Core. So we already were a team and we could carry on with our momentum.
And of course, you're looking over towards the next stage of the championship. You are now the championship leaders, heading to round number 3, which is going to be a very important race indeed. From Monza, you head over to the Nürburgring. Home race, home strategy. Do you think that you're going to get yourself a second win of the season?
We will try, of course, but the championship is so tight. You can't predict anything. So we'll try hard, and Nürburgring is a great track. And yeah, we'll see.
Shout out sponsors, who gets it done?
Yeah, thanks to Hosingveld, of course, our main sponsor, and also to Williams and all the people behind Williams to make this team possible.
No worries at all. Lauren Heinrich picks up a big race victory then for the Williams Esports team. David Haynes standing by with the man who finished second in prototypes, and that is Team Bushfink's Tom Micklemore.
Hi there.
Tom, some great strategy from your team, some great pace and some great battling as well. In the end, do you think a win could have been possible for your team?
Possibly, if we had got ahead of Pure on the final pit stops. But there could have been a fighting chance. I mean, I don't know if they were kind of holding back a little, but we were running a much lower downforce than them, so in the fights we had quite a bit of an advantage. But yeah, I mean, generally we're just ecstatic to finish second, let alone be close to first.
Yeah, well done. I hope you're enjoying that. But with the 919 hybrid on a racetrack like this, with all of this traffic, what makes it difficult, and where can you improve?
Well, you've always got to kind of judge how much hybrid to use coming out the corner. If you see like a stream of GTs in front of you, you don't want to catch them too quickly if you can't overtake. So you have to come off the boost earlier than you would. And it's always an ongoing process trying to work out where to maximize boost, where to hold it and whatnot. But yeah, I think generally most teams kind of figure out the same kind of boost settings by the race. But yeah, it's just, I think getting through the traffic and using minimal boost is the key area there.
Now, you guys went longer on the fuel. You're one of the first teams to decide on double stinting tyres. How long before the race had you decided on that kind of strategy, and did you know it would be as advantageous as it ended up being?
No, we kind of assumed everyone else would do the same. Yeah, we were quite surprised by people changing tyres every stint. We felt this was quickest. And I feel like the race kind of proved we went with the right strategy there. But yeah, we kind of went in the mindset of it the whole time, like all the way during preparation. We were like, well, we're just going to double stint tyres. We had slight doubt when we saw everyone else was single stinting, so we're thinking, oh, hang on, have we made a mistake here? But it didn't seem so we just carried on like that.
Yeah, so obviously it was a really hot track, and getting towards the end of the second stint on tyres, how much do they change and how difficult does it become?
They change a fair bit. You essentially get a lot of a significant amount of understeer. You saw it with my fight with Patrick, how he was just so much quicker through the parabolica than me. And then combined with kind of the hybrid boost understeer is very difficult to kind of manage. But I think we did a good job in the end.
And so 2 podiums in a row for your team. No official standings yet, but it looks like you guys might well be the leaders in the prototype championship after 2 rounds. Is that a surprise to you?
Yeah, quite a lot. Because, I mean, on the face of it, if you look at our qualifying performances, we're probably, I don't know, 6th, 7th best team. So to be leading the championship after 2 races is quite surprising. I think I can only kind of thank Craig Set Up Shop and Pixel Dust for that. He's done an amazing job as well.
Yeah, an awesome job for your team. And while you're doing that, anyone else you need to thank before we let you go?
I'd like to thank my teammate Matt. He did an outstanding job. He came in he was only a new recruit quite recently, so the performance he pulled off today was just phenomenal. Like, I couldn't have asked for a better performance from a teammate. I just want to shout out all the rest of the guys on the team. It's been really great driving.
All 80?
Yeah, pretty much. Just everyone.
Sorry to jump across you there.
That's fine, yeah. But yeah, I've really enjoyed my time with this team, and I look forward to continuing on with them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Tom Micklemore, 2nd place in this race and potentially championship leaders in prototype, Jake.
Yes, and in prototype they did very, very well with the job that they were available to do. Connery Maddox standing by with the Radicals Online driver of Sindre Setsource.
Yeah, Sindre, you had a rather interesting final couple of laps of your race involving yourself and, of course, in your battles with the likes of Pure Racing Team GT and, of course, trying to chase down Team Chimera. Unfortunately, that one didn't happen at the end of the race, but were you expecting to be in such close quarters action right in the dying moments?
Well, yeah, I had Marco spotting for me, so I knew that it was going to be close with PRT. I also knew that we had better pace than the Chimera car ahead, but I was unlucky that I did some mistakes, and that ultimately caused my tires to drop off massively, and then the race was really over.
Overall, how well do you think you've done in terms of this race? Because unfortunately, it was not a top 5 for you guys. You did get yourself inside the top 10, of course. Would you say that's a good finish, or were you looking for more this race?
We were looking for more, but we were the 2nd place in Ferrari Challenge. The Fords are just too good right now. Yeah, we got very unlucky at the start. Got spun on lap 3 by the 97 Ferrari. And then from there on, we had to fight our way back from P last to P8. I think that's pretty good. That's where we started the race as well. So I think we did a good comeback. Could have been a top 5 without that spin. That cost us a lot of time. But yeah, we just need to do better at Nürburgring, I guess. We've had so much bad luck both at Spa and here. So yeah.
Of course, even though you didn't get the finish that you perhaps would have wanted, you still gained points over a couple of people ahead of you in the points table. Coming into this race, you're sitting at 10th place with 6 points. So you'll gain over Obsidian, you'll gain over Zenith Thrustmaster and Hellenic as well, I believe, looking at this one. So you're still moving up the championship table. And what's your aim to, where do you want to finish by the end of the season? And, in terms of a best case scenario?
Best case scenario would be best non-Ford, but I think the core Ferrari is a bit too far ahead right now unless they run into similar issues that we have done. So maybe like 2nd best non-Ford or something.
Certainly a very, very worthy target. And heading into the final 2 rounds of this season now, what are your plans for the coming tracks?
Well, Nürburgring is probably the best track for the Ferrari that's left. Like Kota and Silverstone and tracks like that that's a Ferrari killer, and the Ford seems to shine on those tracks. So it's gonna be hard, very hard at those last 3 tracks that we have left.
Yeah. And, well, excuse me, yes, final 4 rounds as I make a little bit of a brain fart there, but still a relatively short season here in the Sports Car Open. Is there anyone you want to thank before we let you go, Sindre?
Well, I want to thank our sponsors, Cranfield Simulation, GRT, Arma, Astor Sim Race, Moat Podcast, Turn Racing, Simmortal, and Six Sideways. And then want to thank Wyatt for showing up, Marco for the spotting, other teammates that's been helping out with the setup, and the people over in Moskugin.
Well, there we go. Sindre sets us there for Radicals Online. Another top 10 finish for them, Jake.
Yeah, another top 10 finish, and that's good work for them. But unfortunately, that's all we're going to have time for here on this broadcast here. So a lot of thank yous need to go out. Firstly, to Adwern Designs, the official graphics partners here at RaceSpotTV, along with ATVO and Apgeneer, the official graphics engine. Our live timing and scoring brought to you by Nick Thyssen, with, of course, our animations brought to you by Simon Grossman and Istvan Ballo's Track Cams 22. Make sure that you check them out as well. A little break then before we head to the Nürburgring, but my goodness, what a championship we are getting our eyes on into. So for the time being, that's Randy Cheneth behind the cameras. Connery Maddock and David Haynes has been joining myself, Jake Sperry, and I have to say, a great battle to the end for position number 3 in your GTE category. The fuel became a big margin in LMP2, and LMP1 was a lot closer than more than met the eye. Make sure you keep an eye out for more racing, as well as the Skip Barber 2K World Cup, which happens in just 30 minutes' time. Check that out, only on the iRacing Esports Network. See you then.